No, no,
Russians.
stop it, please.
Oh, Russians.
There
Like,
we go. There we go. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
No, you can tell me the truth. Don't you know? If you don't like it,
I
what's
don't know.
Yeah,
fine.
I'm
Maybe
telling
because
you
I
the truth.
grew.
Terrible accent.
No, not you,
No,
Zoid. I know you hate it because you're like fucking. Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
don't
Like,
hate.
maybe
Something slurred.
because maybe it's me because I grew up here with a lot of Russian and East Europeans.
Ah.
I don't know, but I kind of like I kind of dig it. It's kind of
Have you met a
funny.
lot of Russian girls there?
There's one Russian girl in my preschool, but that's a long dark story. I am not gonna get into. It's because
Dark
she
story. Is in your basement.
oh, she did have a crush on me. I didn't know it, but
Ah. Well, that's so typical, actually. Yeah, it's so. Man.
yeah, but she has a brother. Like he's like a punk type. He's the
Uh,
scariest motherfucker ever. His
no, he's
name is
just
Gary.
pretending. He's just like
No,
hiding his feelings. He's a softie inside.
no, really, dude. Like I heard he got to
He's a
like
softie on the outside too. You get my drift.
it's like you know. Oh, you know what he looks like? You know, you remember
Like me?
Spooky, right? She has like
Yeah.
that forehead with the blonde.
Spooky.
Mm-hmm.
You mean
Remember
spook?
Spooky? No,
No.
Spooky. You know, she loves
The
some.
gamer girl, the
No.
No, not
pale.
Spook.
No, the
Not
American one, the one from in
American
San
one.
Francisco, the lesbian.
Oh, the
Yeah,
lesbian. Ah, right, 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 right.
yeah.
Should have said
She
that. This is the lesbian.
sorry,
Okay.
the
No,
he looks exactly like her, if I remember. And yeah, I heard stories about him that he goes
Interesting.
in Russia like without shirt at all. You know,
She looks like a woman.
it's like I don't know. He's a crazy. When I think about tough, crazy Russians, I always think about this guy. His name is Gary. It was his
man.
brother. Even
Gary.
my brother was afraid from him.
Gary. Gary, man. Gonna-
Yeah, it's weird, right? You think like, oh, Gary is. It's like Terry. It's like a goofy name, but you see this guy is like
uh,
don't like. Yeah, no, he's kind of like hang out with the.
yeah.
I don't know. We call it the emo kids or freaks.
All right.
I,
Well, yeah, man. It's fucking interesting phenomena. Like you don't know. Sometimes you just never knew in your life, right? Where what the impression of people was of you, and that it sometimes was actually very fucking positive, right? And we're exaggerated. All right, look, and I discovered not so long ago that apparently I looked to them like a mafia boss, right? Because I had like my hair oiled up with the product I was actually working out back then. It's like, man, he looks like a mafia boss. I was like, what? What? No, that's
Like
not.
aggrandizing herself.
No, I'm just saying. I need it, man. Please don't take it away from me. I need it, man.
I always look at Russian here. Well, I guess in Israel, it's like they're cool, but you don't want to fuck with them. You know, that's how I always get. Like that's how I always think about Russians. You know, because I
Yeah,
met a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
them.
because they're very incompetent when it comes to sex. Exactly.
No, they could be really cool, awesome, batshit crazy fun, but at the same time, you don't want to fuck with them. You know. I guess Russian is rose. I don't know what's like Russian in Russia, but like I don't know.
Oh my God, Russian
Oh,
Jews, man. Oh yeah, man. Apparently we are. I am one of them. Apparently,
oh yeah, yeah. You told me. Yeah, you're a Hebrew.
something.
Mazel
He's
tov.
a
Oh,
he, bro.
it's
Yeah.
Bro.
he,
Now
bro.
take down your pants. We're gonna do the ceremony.
Whoa,
Zoid?
whoa, wait, no, 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 wait, no, no.
Yeah.
My dick just shriveled up like inside me.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to
But
my
you both,
world, motherfucker.
well, you both are circumcised, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah, you
Sadly.
know what's yeah,
Uh,
sadly, yeah. You know what's even sad? I'm still not considered Jewish, but they cut my dick anyway. Thanks, mom
what?
and dad. Yeah,
Why
my
you
mom
not
didn't
consider?
convert because it's the mother side, right? And my mom did
Yeah.
convert it. So I mean, I don't know. Some do, some don't. So I don't know. I mean,
Your
there are some
mom
rebels.
did convert or did not? I sorry.
No, she never converted. No, like ever. No, my
Who cares,
parents
man?
married.
Like I don't. It's retarded. Like you shouldn't care.
Hey, because they still cut my
Uh,
dick off in the end. Why?
Well, that's kind of fucked up. I agree.
well. So that what's that celebrity's name? Can I have a cream? What's that celebrity's name, Zoid? Oh, you know
Sarah
that.
Silverman.
No, no, no. I forget her name. We knew this, right? We you talked about this a lot. She had an interview and she said, "Yeah, I'm using like a cream on my face that is like made."
Oh,
I
Storm
forgot her
fuck,
Rivers.
name.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, Sandra Bullock. Yeah, so that's why I rate you. That's why your foreskin was cut off, so that Sandra Bullock can have a
Sandra Bullock
cream.
can get her face cream.
Yeah.
Really? What a fucking bitch. I knew there's some. I've never liked her. Always, honestly,
That's
like.
it's really fucked
Oh,
up if you think about it.
Yeah.
also, I heard she married someone, but he turns out to be like a Nazi or something. But then she adopted like a kid, like a black kid, to pretend like, see, I'm not racist. I don't know, some weird thing behind her. I mean, the separated, I know, but like,
I mean, I
I don't
wouldn't
know.
be
I don't trust.
surprised.
I don't
Sandra
trust her.
Bullock is kind of weird.
I
Yeah,
saw the
I don't
She's
king.
trust.
got
I saw the king. I
No,
think it's part of their Kabbalah training is to put foreskin cream on your face and then talk about it on TV.
Uh,
I don't know.
I don't know if it's that.
I've never liked Sandra Bullock. She always looked the same to me. Every movie she does, even when she tried to do a little bit serious roles, like stop. You just try. It's something with what's her name, Jennifer Aniston, and all those. So just I don't
Are you
know.
saying that Jennifer Aniston always plays herself?
They look the same. I don't know. That's why also that like I don't like. Also, I don't like Friends. I think it's a boring show for boring
Um,
people. Sorry.
oh no! Oh no! 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 Well,
And it's
fuck.
just a boring show.
I understand. Well, now yes, nowadays definitely, but back in the day, man.
Back in the day, it was also boring.
Uh,
It's
and my
shit,
mom,
but
like
we love it.
my mom actually looks like Jennifer Aniston. No joke.
I mean, she's hot, but I just don't think she's a good
That's right.
actor. That's it.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I
And
mean,
my
I
mom
think in
has big
comedies
titties.
roles, and yeah, that, I mean that's what she mostly did in the early 2000s or something. No, it's something with Sandra Bullock. I mean,
And
she
my
wasn't.
mom has big titties, by the way.
Maybe not,
Oh,
not the
awesome!
best.
I'm so jealous. Uh,
Also, Bullock is Barlock, so she's got a satanic
yeah,
name.
Bollock. It's also a
Oh,
weird last name.
no, no, no. Wait, Don, are
Bollocks.
you wanna? Are you like? Nah, come on, no, 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 no.
No, I'm not shitting you. I watched a thing the other night and it refreshed my mind about the god Bill, Baal, Belial,
Son of
Bull.
L.
You pay bills and bullion, gold bullion. It's all named after the god, Babylon god. Oh my god, see, I made him run off from that. That's how powerful, that's the power of the truth.
Damn you, Bollocks. Sandra Bollocks.
Fuck you, commie.
Oh, he's back. Thank you, Sandra Bollocks.
I
You
thought I ran
almighty.
you off.
No, I was just checking out a service, man.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, no, I did.
Um,
I 50% ran you off because you had to go check if there was something better.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, we
yeah, she
get
was in the
wrecked.
movie Speed with Keanu Reeves, but I mean, let's be honest, it's Keanu Reeves is mostly the
Oh, was
star.
she?
Like,
Oh, well,
she was
yeah. I would rather.
the
I'd
chick on
rather
the
fuck.
bus. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd rather fuck Keanu Reeves than her.
yeah, me
Wait,
too.
what the?
And also, like, yeah, and Gravity. Like, honestly, the first time I watched Gravity, and was it 2013 on IMAX? It was mind blowing. It's the best 3D movie I've seen so far. But then when you watch it on a regular show, it's like, oh, I don't know, it's just Sandra Bullock. It's like, just being Sandra Bullock in space. That's it.
Yeah.
I've only really remember her in Speed, and I
Sandra,
enjoy that
Sandra
film.
Bullock in space.
Yeah, it's like,
That's true. I just
yeah,
Sandra. No,
George
no, no,
Clooney
no.
was in this
No,
movie. He barely appears
yeah,
in
yeah.
this
I
movie,
know.
but like
I know.
he's more memorable.
And I love George Clooney, and I adore him. Well, not like I don't
Adore
actually know.
men.
If, yeah, I don't actually know anything almost about him, except that he's an atheist and he's a decent actor, a
Oh, he's
prominent
good. He's
atheist.
good,
Yeah,
actually. Yeah.
he was like he's openly atheist. Right back in the day, I remember. The whole fucking
He's also
Christopher
was he
Hitchens.
was the best Batman ever been with the bat nipples. I freeze. I'm Batman. My
Does that
bat
make you
coat.
like him? Because he's atheist.
Yeah,
Because of his
he's the best
nipples.
Batman. Yeah, he's like, it's the best Batman. I'll defend. I'll die on that hill.
Wait,
Forever.
no. Which was that the one against the Penguin that he did, or
No, it's
Catwoman?
Batman and Robin. Like, it's so bad that it's good. But
Oh, that's one. Yeah, wait. Yeah, and there was a sequel or no?
I mean,
With
it was
the
before.
Batgirl, right? She was hot as fuck.
Yeah, she was there, but there was Robin. It was George Clooney. There was Arnold Schwarzenegger saying ice
Oh,
stunts. It
oh,
was the
that's right. It
Iceman.
was against. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
ice.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was I think the closest. I mean, it was kind of, I don't know what you say, cartoony or like what do we say here? That was the Batman that you would expect from the like
Yeah.
comics or anime, but the Batman, the one with who's the guy who played American Psycho?
Oh,
Forget his name.
Adam West. Yeah, from the '60s.
No,
Yeah,
not
it's
Adams. No, 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 no. Who played
Christian
American
Bale.
Psycho? Christian Bale. Yeah,
Oh
the
yeah.
trilogy there. Yeah, yeah. I love those. Those are like realistic ones. And by the way, dude, the actor who played that was the second one, second movie, right? I think the actor who played Joker in the second movie, he
Oh, Jack
died,
Nicholson.
right? No, no,
He
no,
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 he's
no,
still
no, no,
alive,
no, no.
right?
It's not
He's not.
Jack Nicholas. No, the Aussie
Heath
guy.
Oh,
Ledger. Heath
Heath
Ledger.
Ledger. Heath Ledger.
Yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Man, he passed away. He was in Brokeback Mountain, right, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the gay cowboy. Yeah, with
They they broke his
Jake
back.
Glory Hole.
Yeah, and he was in Knight's Tale, right? The Knight's Tale, man. I have some good memories
Yeah.
of that.
Sir Luxembourg.
No, no, no,
Oh,
not Luxembourg. No, something
that
else.
was his name.
Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein.
No, Liechtenstein. There we go.
Liechtenstein. Yeah.
There you go. I have good memories of that because back in those days, like our family on Saturday, Sunday, wait, was it before Sunday? Sunday, Saturday, right? We would have KFC or some other shit, some takeout, and we just like borrow VHS, get the VHS. Back when VHS, like, thing was like around, just got that much. Like, it was so good, so good, man.
I remember the
But yeah.
era, like when the second Pirates Caribbean movie came out. There was this era
Mm,
that people like film inside the theaters. I know it's not legal, but that like they print it on disc for DVDs. It's always
mm.
shitty quality and stuff, but that's what we had back then.
Oh, dude, that was even before that. Yeah, before that, you had this, and I was like in pirate sites. I was like, I got introduced to computers when I was 13, and no, it was before Pirates of the Caribbean. Trust me, people are recording shit with like even, like proper, those VHS cameras
Oh
with
no,
like
yeah,
digital.
I did have a VHS as a kid and all that, yeah. But I was talking about in the early 2000s. I don't know. It's just I don't know, it's funny. Everybody has this 80s nostalgia reference. Walkman or I don't know other bizarre stuff.
Oh my God, the Walkman.
But no, I don't think anybody's will be
The
like nostalgia
Walkbaloo.
for Walkbaloo. Let's me. Does anybody ever gonna be nostalgia? Oh, remember DVDs? Remember what was it? Blockbuster?
Mm.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, after the
What you saying? You don't have nostalgia for this, or?
I don't know, because back then it was huge. I have like a set of DVD, like a theater set or something. It cost me like almost.
Oh, you still
It was
have it,
expensive.
with like the
Nah,
DVDs there?
nah. The set was stolen by a bunch of Bedouins years after. So, but no, it's just you don't need those.
Well, it was what? Sorry, what happened to it?
Nah, my house got like got mugged.
Oh,
Apparently maybe there were a bunch of Bedouins or some others. I can't remember, but they always blamed the Bedouins.
Bedouins.
Bedouins,
yeah.
yeah. There were a lot of Bedouins.
Well, hey man, they're not enjoying your
Man, you
DVD.
got you got like fucking raided by the sand people. The same thing happened to Luke.
What is it?
Well, I mean, now you're being
Oh,
just racist.
okay, what the fuck? Shut up! No, you started this. I get to make the noise.
It's all right. The Sand people are easily frightened, but they will be back in greater numbers or something. I don't
No,
That's
know.
true.
that's that. No, that's an act. That's actually a good accent, but not For what? Obi-Wan
I don't know, I've
said.
seen it in Family Guy. I don't remember much of the. I don't
No,
know. I
but
never liked
it's
Star Wars as a
dude.
kid.
No, but you when they did the accent, something clicked. Then it's like, oh, I recognize the accent. But well, the rings a bell, but no, but it's not what Obi-Wan said.
Yeah,
Believe
no,
it or
it's a
not.
shitty. It's a shitty accent kind of. It's kind of, but like
Eh.
use the force, Luke.
That sounds like I don't know. I don't know. Well, at least now, wait. So they took your DVD collection. I'm sorry. I
You
I
took
shouldn't
your
think
laugh.
they
job
did.
too.
I'm sick. I'm shouldn't laugh at this. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I
Well, they
shouldn't.
took the DVD stereo and the DVD player because there was like a set, and also the what do you call them? You know, those voice boxes, whatever you call them.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The back then they were like a big deal, but now nobody like. I mean, there's a better.
and now you can get like them for like $50 or something. The
Yeah.
whole thing with the
Mhm.
yeah.
Although I didn't like Discman, you know, it's like Walkman, but you just put disc in it.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
sucked.
yeah.
But
I had that. I had two of those. Man, I was like so fucking cool, man. You know, I was listening and I had one CD that I bought. One CD when I was a kid. Guess what it was? Don't guess.
uh,
You won't guess. No, you won't guess. No one guess. No, no. Linking
I don't
Park.
know.
Linking Park. Meteora. I actually still have it.
Oh,
I actually still have it. Yeah.
oh, cool.
Linking Park Meteora album.
You know, it doesn't remind me. I think I still somewhere in my house. I still have the original Tekken 2 for the PS1,
Oh
but
shit.
it's probably run out. It's been like mid scratch or something. But I don't know.
No.
We
You can
played for
still
years.
no. Some players can read it. You
Mhm.
can also fix it. Don't worry about it.
But
Omnivore.
yeah, you know what? When the MP3 came out or MP4, yeah, they were pretty based.
Yo,
Yeah, they were.
that's right. I think I remember burning out CDs. Yeah, burning CDs was a thing back
Burning
then.
out.
Yeah, burning. Yeah, I'll put them on a grill. Yeah, on the shashlik.
Oh, you mean I
Yeah.
bleed it out, taking on? I love that song. I
Oh
love
yeah,
that.
actually, yeah, that's the yeah, that's the song. That's actually the song there. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, that's the later thing. But hey, no. What I was gonna say. Oh yeah. When you get MP3s, right? Yeah, you get a Walkman or like what is it, the CD one, and it can play MP3s. It would have it printed there. It was printed there. It's like, oh, it can
Mhm.
play MP3s, right? Yeah, I remember those times. You can like on the CD, you can burn like a couple of hundred, I think, right? 100? No, 100 or so MP3s. Yeah, a couple of megs, right? Oh yeah. So you can
Yeah,
a
I
couple
mean,
of hundred.
yeah, guys. I mean, for the time, I mean, I don't know, they were kind of cheap and they were really, you know, how you say, compatible. You know, you just listen to music, or if you want to download like a podcast. I think some of them can actually put like radio. I can't remember, but
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh, dude, my CD one couldn't, but before that, I had the proper Walkman from Sony, and it could catch radio, but it could only
oh,
do that if you plug in the earbuds, because that was the antenna.
oh,
That was the antenna for the radio,
mm,
right? Which was like, whoa. It's like, cause yeah, it is. Actually, it is, cause different frequencies that operates. Yeah, it's yeah, and man, and the first cassette things that I had was from my dad, and my dad gave me Tarkan. I don't know if you know the Turkish
uh,
artist Tarkan.
I'm not familiar with it. No, sorry.
Yeah, probably not. And I was playing that like all the time. I would fall asleep listening to that. It's beautiful. It was beautiful. Back in the good old days.
Yeah, you actually, you know, I think I have a VC, like a video cassette player from Sony. I think I can't remember, but I don't know. Each time I watch that scene in Jurassic Park, the first one, you know, where they eat that guy from
Oh,
the toilet. I don't know why,
oh,
but it always make. As a kid, I was so obsessed with Jurassic Park in many movies,
mhm.
but I remember always it's for some reason make me really hungry in a weird way. I don't know why. I was a kid.
I'm hungry for human flesh, and that's why I became.
I mean, he's a big boy. The dinosaur T Rex, he has to eat. I mean,
Oh yeah, and the little goat there, they're just like a fucking snack. That's like
oh, the
nothing.
goat. Yes,
This is nothing for
goat.
that
I'm gonna cry.
poor goat.
But it was delicious. He didn't die for nothing.
Well, I'm pretty sure they actually slaughtered the goat for that movie, because it had a yeah. They
You
could
know,
not say no animals were hard in making of this movie. They could not say that because no, because remember in his mouth he
mm.
had like the thigh of the
Oh yeah,
goat,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see a little bit of the goat after it's to reveal the T Rex. Yeah, that's
and he didn't eat
he-
the thigh. He's like,
mm.
car, let me eat that.
You know what? I was for some reason I look back because I look on RoboCop because I used to love it as a kid, but I look back, it's like, how the fuck I watched it? It's really violent and gory. And you know
Yeah.
what? I know RoboCop 2 is considered like sucks, but you know what? At least that movie has some cool stuff and it was really violent and gory as well. But the
Oh,
first one
which
was
one?
really boring. RoboCop 2, with the brain. The
Oh,
you should-
wait, with the robot chicken, with the chicken thing, or whatever.
no,
The
no,
robot that they built, like to replace him, which was
yeah,
fully.
yeah, yeah. So there's like a villain. I can't remember. I need to watch that movie again. But the second the RoboCop 2, right? So they're trying to make another RoboCop. They call it RoboCop 2. So yeah, I remember the parts that took out his brain, and you could see they hold his head and all that. It's really graphic and fucked up, and they just put his brain to another robot, a better version of RoboCop. It
Oh,
was like a
that's not
volume.
graphic, man. That's fuck
No,
up. Well,
Robocop
yo,
2, you mean with Kane? Kane's brain got into the
yeah, yeah, yeah. And in the
Robocop
end,
2.
RoboCop took the better of him.
Smashed
It
his
took the
brain.
brain, and it's like, oh fuck, that was. I mean,
smashed his
RoboCop free.
brain.
Yeah.
You should just watch it, dude. It's like, look, it's
Oh,
not better. It's not good as the first RoboCop, but it's still. I think it's still entertainment. The first RoboCop, I don't know. I remember being boring, and I think it was not even the same main actor who played RoboCop. I can't really remember,
Robocop
but I
3,
always.
no. Robocop 2, yes, same actor.
Yeah, but yeah. So I know he had a jetpack. That's it. That's the only thing I remember from that movie. In RoboCop 3, and
dude, guys, have you watched Virus the '99 movie?
Iris.
Virus.
Um,
It's when
not sure.
like an alien, like ethereal entity. I'm gonna say ethereal. They're being just like whatever. Uh, invades like the computer systems of a research ship, of a Soviet research ship,
Oh,
and then it builds robots, but it incorporates humans into it. So it like hunts humans and like makes them into like cyborgs, and it's like
oh,
really gory, man. It's like
oh, we should do like a
really,
movie night. We should watch it actually. It sounds really cool.
man. Yeah, hey, if you want to do that. Wait, but now usually, but fuck, I usually just go to sleep when I watch a movie at the end, right? When I'm like drunk. I don't know. Man, yeah, maybe we could. I'm trying to
Oh,
find a.
I remember the movie Solaris? Um
Yeah,
I know this the original it's Russian, but the first time
yeah.
I've seen the 2002 American remake with George Clooney again. Because I was into like space and stuff and astronomy, but it was sort of this like psychological thriller. I didn't really understand it, but I want to watch the original because I heard it's really good.
Mm.
It's kind of like it's sort of the Soviet version of the 2001 Space Odyssey, you know?
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard. Actually, I
Yeah.
think I watched it a little bit, but I got bored. I don't have any memories of like
Yeah.
anything. But no, man. if you want to be on the edge of your seat, and it's really good. There's a good actress there, and a Russian actor too, man. And it's
Mhm.
just incredible. Like man is like fucking like an alien robot which just like uses human parts, right? So you like see a robot that has like a human leg right there, like, and it's like walking towards you, right? And there's like a huge fucking big one at the end too, man. It's fucking. I love it, man. Watched it several times.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought to make like a even it's not probably the best movie, but I always like to make movies with like practical effects. You know, I don't know. I just find it interesting
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff.
this is not CGI.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Like I,
It's incredible.
I
None of this is CGI actually, almost at all. That I remember. This is all practical,
Mhm.
um, like mechanical things with like I'm hoping simulated, emulated human parts. I do hope they didn't use real human parts in the making of the movie. But I mean, it's insane. Wait, you really don't remember Virus from like
I think
2000?
I'm not sure. I feel I feel I've heard of it, but I'm not. I'll say
Dude.
no.
Okay,
It
wait. Let
sounds
me the
vaguely
trailer.
familiar, but
Let me show
I'm
you
gonna look up right
just
now. Virus 1999, you said?
9. Yeah,
Okay. You know, a lot of good movies came out in 1999. You know, The
yeah,
Matrix, The Blair
dude. Like,
Witch Project,
yeah,
The Sixth Sense. Yeah, there's like the Iron Giant. I don't know. There's a lot of
yes.
iconic.
Orange Island. Yes. Oh man, look, Outbreak. Man, there's like so yeah. I do love some horror stuff, but some horror stuff I just cannot like even. I just cannot even like stomach. Right, it has to be done the right kind of way.
Uh, okay, watching Virus 99. I'm just watching the trailer. Okay, I just because I
Oh
don't want to get spoiled.
yeah.
Ooh, intelligent.
Yeah, man. Look at this one.
I'm just watching the trailer.
Okay.
Oh, look, interesting. Yeah, I
Yeah,
kind of
at
want
the
to
end.
watch it now.
Yeah, go at the end, man. It's mostly practical. I think there's a little bit of CGI, but most it's practical effects, man. And it's
Yeah,
incredible, right?
I just honestly I just watching the trailer because I don't want it to get spoiled. I want to see the
Uh,
good stuff.
well, the
The
actor's there, man. The actor's there, right? You know the guy, the captain, the gray
Mhm.
beard guy, right? That's a famous actor, right? I forgot his name.
Oh,
He
really?
played in Mockingbird. No, Hunger Games. He played in Hunger Games, many other movies. Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, you mean?
I think so. Right?
Oh, that's the chick from the from Halloween. Oh, yeah,
The short-haired
I
one.
think. Yeah, the short hair one. Yeah, that's like the chick from the Halloween. You know,
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yo, really? Is
I
that
could be
her?
wrong, but she looked like her. Oh, it's looked really cool. Actually, I want to see it now.
It is incredible, man. Yeah, and yeah, it is Jamie Lee Curtis. That's right. Yeah, she
Cool.
also played with a movie in Arnold Schwarzenegger's movie. She was his wife.
Oh, that
Forgot.
was her. Yeah.
Yeah. When she was
Yeah.
like dancing on a pole, right, for the guy to, remember that? Yo, what? And the guy who played Jesus Christ, the guy who plays in like right now Walking Dead, Cliff Curtis, he was there.
Leeches?
Cliff Curtis. No, no, no. The Mexican-looking guy. No, he's kind of Arabic-looking guy. Cliff Curtis. You're looking around.
I always hear
Oh
that
yeah,
the first season of Walking Dead, it's the best one, and after that it
yeah,
went down because the
yeah.
studios
It gets
are
repetitive. Well, it gets
yeah,
repetitive.
because they're fucking cheap assholes and they don't want
And
to. There was what like the cut budgets is, so the writers always has to feel
yeah,
to I don't know make a way. Yeah,
cut corners.
so
Yeah, it's just yeah. Well, but you have a lot of good spin-offs, man. There's like fuck. There's been like 4 to 5 spin-offs of The Walking
mm,
Dead, right? And there's the
well, it
Fear the Walking Dead, and that's where Cliff Curtis plays the guy who played in this movie. Fuck, I didn't even know. But also the guy I was talking about, the old guy who played in Hunger Games, because he was like the president, right? It's Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland.
So,
Yeah, he played. Yeah, so this is a proper movie. This is not like some B movie shit, right? From the 90s. This is like, no, biggest actors.
uh, I mean, I
Um,
guess there were a few B movies I can think of from 1999. What was it? American Pie, the first one.
yeah. It was not even B, no. This was hyper.
It's just a
American Pie was
comedy, you
hyper
know. It was. I think American Pie, the first movie, was sort of like the. I could be wrong. You could correct me, but I feel like that sort of start this early 2000s, shitty comedy, college comedy, gross humor. I feel
Yeah, but that
everybody
wasn't a
tried
B
to be.
movie. No, no, B movie. I think the rating is about the budget, right? And how like
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, but
yeah. But yeah, man, the fucking virus, man, the virus movie, it's fucking incredible, and it's underrated, very underrated, man, for what they did,
yeah,
man.
it's
The
sort of like a
mechanics,
fun
man.
gore. Hmm?
Yeah,
I know.
and they had
Mhm.
like proper fucking. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, man. I'm just so excited about this. I'm so because
I've
yeah,
never heard
dude,
of it honestly. Like I kind of want to watch it. It's like it looks like
he's
a fun
incredible.
gore movie. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's mostly like actual like robots, right? So yeah, they had like a
Mhm.
bunch of guys making robots, right, with like human flesh, there and like they're fucking scary as fuck.
Um, I I just want to be clear. I don't mind CGI. It's just these days. It's just like I get
Yeah,
it. It's way cheaper compared to like practical effects or stunts, which I know they do sometimes, but it's like but I
yeah,
don't know, like like those like Marvelous movies, like for example, they use a lot of
yeah,
CGI and green screen or blue screen, whatever. It's kind of noticed sometimes, It's like they're not bad.
yeah.
It's just kind of like it's kind
Well,
of boring
CGI,
and
yeah,
stale.
even in the most modern version, CGI. I don't know if you watched Alien, Romulus. Have you watched that?
Yeah.
Alien.
Oh yeah.
uh,
I mean,
that
visually, that's the
sucked.
best. I
No,
mean,
I think it
yeah,
was
visually,
kind of. I haven't watched
The
it.
movie
Finished it.
sucked, man.
I haven't finished it yet. I'm like in the middle, and I kind of get bored, kind of. But the
oh, sorry.
CGI. Yeah.
I must go. So sorry to cut.
All
So
right,
yeah,
man.
I'll
All right.
see you soon.
Love you, man. Take care. Take care. Yeah, man. Fuck that guy. Fuck Ratio. Wait, what a fucking idiot, right? But no. Zoid, have you watched Virus, the movie?
Yeah, I think I have a long time ago.
Uh, but yeah, CGI. You was talking about CGI or something? Zoid?
Yeah,
What
he
was your take?
was. Yeah. Oh, nothing. I was talking about Alien Romulus. I think that was like a bad movie.
Oh, but I thought you had a take on CGI in general in movies nowadays. No,
No, not really.
no. But was the CGI good in Romulus?
Mm, it's fine. It's just not my thing.
Yeah. I mean, I could still
The
tell
movie
it,
was
right?
bad. The story was bad.
Yeah, man. I want to see another like Aliens 2 movie. Don't you?
Um, like Aliens.
Like Aliens 2. Like Marines are going in, right? They don't know what's happening, right? And they're like, just. Oh my god, dude, no, no, no. I just love like Aliens 2 is such a fucking iconic thing. And dude, you know, throughout my whole life, until I was, I don't know, I'm like pushing 40 now. Until I was like, my mid 30s, I never seen the full version of Aliens 2. I've only seen the bootleg version, right, when I was like much younger. So a lot of the scenes were cut out. Right? 'Cause the- So I watched it again when I was like 35 or something, and it was, goddamn, it's really fucking good. Iconic, like the automated turrets. I mean, everything is just right. Everything is like right. The timing, even. Right. And I want them to make a sequel. I really do.
I mean, that sounds all good, man. I just
What's up, niggas? I know somebody's listening.
It's really hot here. Hello, mate.
Yo, Don. Hey, I was having an interesting conversation last night, and you got brought up several times. Not gonna lie.
Oh, someone invited me and said they mentioned.
Yeah, man. Apparently, they talked to you about the evil cabal and secret fraternal orders controlling the state of
Oh,
affairs.
it was
Today.
Riggs. I think Riggs and
Great.
Lion, they sort of trust some of my takes on the occult because they know about that shit too.
Yeah, these guys had me freaking going to war with them about it, man. Like they
Oh
just.
no. Well, that's probably half your fault.
Oh, of course it is because I'm willing to take that on the chin. I'll do the dirty work, man. Like these dogpile five Globers all at once, just reaffirming what they think they know, not having any of the information necessary to engage properly, and then you just fight through it. And you just got to fight through their delusions, fight through the ad homs, fight through the insults, and then they come to a place of understanding finally after hours. They
Which bit,
finally conceded, dude. They conceded.
what bit did you disagree about though?
I was really trying to elucidate the point of the Red Cross and the snake and the staff used in healthcare and how that's a sigil because we create the image to ideological association that you
Oh,
will find peace, prosperity, and health within behind the walls where that
yeah,
symbol
but
is.
who was saying
But
that wasn't true?
melodic.
Oh no.
What's that dude? Renee.
Yeah, they're
I was
never
talking
gonna
to
get it.
someone else. There was one more person.
I thought you meant the flat earthers.
No, I already know that those man, that's where you got to give it up to the flat earthers because they understand the cabal.
It's
For
one of the
sure.
best topics ever. It's serpent symbology.
I agree, dude. It's so important that the forbidden knowledge, the snake represents the forbidden knowledge, and then they put it on the walls of their institution. Like, you don't know what we know, but you got to come to us for our knowledge.
I
Like, if
was
I want to
watching.
take care of myself, sorry, go ahead.
I was watching Demystifying the Occult, Satanism and the Dark Occult with Mark Passio, which I rewatch every now and then. Anyway, it was glorious.
You,
He said
my bad. I
he
just
said he,
received a text message and read it. What'd you say?
I watched Mark Passio again, which I often rewatch last night, and it was just glorious. Him going over all this symbology.
What was the name of it?
Mark Passio,
Is that the long haired dude for 6 hours?
yeah.
That is such an epic presentation, man. I don't know where that guy came
So
from.
this was Demystifying the Occult, part 4 or something like that.
I've seen all 6 hours. I know it's in parts. I think I watched all of it. I don't know.
He calls them the cult of the Black Sun because he says they worship the dark side of knowledge,
Wow.
which is true. I'm totally in awe of knowledge's power.
There's a lot of truth to that. The thing about the dark side of power, the knowledge of violence people avoid because they have compassion. They don't want to experience violence. But there's something spiritual to it, according to these occult practitioners.
It's just knowing how to get one up, and then knowing how to get one up so well that you become like a god. And I don't think you have to hurt people with that knowledge, but I'm still in awe of how people use it and this predicament that we're in.
Have you ever read The 48 Laws of Power?
Actually, I only read a few pages back when we spoke to Louis, and he was reading it.
So I actually listened to the entire audiobook twice.
Yeah, well
And-
done.
yeah.
I'm sure there's good tips in it, isn't there?
Ah, man, it is. It feels weird saying that it is one of the most valuable books I've ever read because it feels wicked. It feels
I
like the kind of
imagine
book that, yeah,
narcissistic, isn't it, as well?
yeah, you kind of got to disengage from, the authors.
Yes.
You might suspect intent in his words. You gotta disassociate
I'd
from
say
any intent in his words. Yeah.
in those books, and that one specifically, it's a lot of tips on how to not get fucked over, which I think can be useful for a man.
Yeah, that book is literally a tool for surviving. That's what I think it is. That's why the guy wrote it, Robert Greene. He has another book called The Art of Seduction, which is like, a whole nother aspect of power that he doesn't get into in that book. But yeah, dude, these guys deny that, there are workers of inequity that have been practicing these arts, these occult, ritualistic things. They just act like it's not happening when it's all I see in society.
I tried loads of different ways to convince them.
Are you willing to outright say, sorry,
You are?
are you willing to outright say that they did not land on the moon?
Yes, I think they might have in secret, but I think they also would have faked it, could have faked it, and might have faked it.
I think that's the most sound position. Even if you did go to the moon, you want to fake it as well. You want to create the controlled opposition.
It might have been an operation to see how good they could lie about an important thing. I'm sure they do that a lot as a challenge. it's to beat Russia, isn't it? So they got the Germans to help them, and then they wanted to beat Russia, so they pretended. But there's part of my brain open to it being real as well. But I wonder if, even if it was real, the filming was shit, so they had to fake some filming to show people.
Yeah, you just said like the most basic thing I ever heard about the moon landing in my life. But I forgot what you said already because I'm smoking a blunt.
Don't worry, man.
Literally in the middle of like coughing, smoking a blunt.
I came up with this philosophy last night. So I'm binge watching a black couple watching Dexter, which is one of my favorite book series and TV series. Anyway, the philosophical question is Dexter doing good or not? He's got a certain rule where he has to check if this person's killed an innocent person, and if he knows they're going to do it again with enough time and opportunity, then he takes them out. And I'm wondering, like,
I
could
think
that,
Dexter alludes to like the perfect code. Like he talks about the code, but he's human
yeah,
and he like slips up. He's not the
yeah,
perfect
I'm
serial
talking
killer,
about
but the
like,
code could make one. I think that's the point of it.
yeah, okay, yeah,
He's still human, you know. For some reason, they made the character experience a tragedy, like the blood of his mom in the freight, and he still had compassion. He wasn't a true psychopath, right?
yeah. What I'm saying is, could we have a vigilante with that code and that be moral, and would that fit with like a secular humanist worldview? That's what I was waiting to ask different people.
Shit. I mean, I'm about to say something I might be totally inaccurate, but weren't the executions carried out by secular humanists?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the police only, apparently in Miami, the statistic is they only solve 25% of murders. So it's like three
Yeah,
out
we're
of
not
four
talking about
guys
we're not
get
talking
away.
about Christians. We're not talking about Christians getting the death penalty. Are we? Hold on.
No, I'm talking about superheroes, yeah, that kill bad guys. Can that fit into someone normal society? Would an atheist say, yeah, that's fine?
I don't know. The idea of a serial killer vigilante getting away with everything is super unrealistic in this surveillance state that we have.
Yeah.
But, you know, if society was like, you know, sovereign enough and understood what was actually right and wrong enough, then, you know, would you even need a vigilante? You need society to be fucked up for the vigilante, and you also need society to be working correctly for the vigilante.
Yeah, so I guess
Like, you need to be able to make this guy.
it's a fallen world, so we need these Batmen.
You know what's crazy is I just got done rewatching every episode of Dexter, the new season and the old season. Resurrection, what do they call it? Dexter, new, original, new sin, and then there's the other one where he's in the snow.
Yeah.
There's one where he's a kid and the one he's in the snow. Dude, deep down, when I ask myself these questions, like if you put a gun to my head and you like were like, dude, say the right answer or you're dead, and you ask me, should we be having like public executions? Like, should the death penalty be a thing? I think yes. People shouldn't. People shouldn't think death is some ultimately uh, like barring us from becoming progressive. But then at the same time, you know, every time you drop a bomb, you're becoming part of the problem, and you are now just another tally on the amount of bombs that we dropped. Every bomb is a bomb, so we're fucked up every time. Oh, I gotta respond. I gotta drop a bomb in response. Well, now you're part of the problem. You didn't find the correct solution to stop perpetuating the use of bombs. I don't mean to be like not talking exactly about Dexter right now. My bad, dude.
No, it's fine. Just thought I'd bring it up because I don't know what else to say.
Dude, I'm on a roll. I don't know what happened, but I'm like, I could talk forever right now.
I'm making another spliff, but I should be working.
Right. Yeah, dude, that's the number one thing I think must be like the antecedent to being a real truth seeker. Like you have to like accept that you were lied to about things you were taught. Is anybody even really a truth seeker if they got the pricky? If you got
I think
pricked,
the idea of being a truther would rely on you having one thing that was a lie and you found out about. And now you're looking at everything. So like you say, a lot of people's truth started and that thing started happening to people. Yeah, I do think you can have one still be a truther. You just made a mistake on that one. Like flat earthers, they're truthers, but they're wrong about the shape of the earth.
yeah, truthers can be wrong. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I guess it's just more. It's more the. Yeah, we got a serious issue, man. People are conditioned into believing lies, and they don't consider how harmful a lie would be in a world where there was no lies. Like imagine no one ever lied, and then someone lied. That is like the most harmful thing. Like, why? What are you doing?
Just this
Hold up, dude.
morning, like an hour ago, Omni was saying the lie of flat earth is dangerous. I said Christians in their mad little churches, they teach 99 other worse, more dangerous lies. And he was like, oh, I don't know. So he actually still thinks flat earth is the most dangerous lie a Christian would tell. Like, he couldn't even imagine any others.
It's because it's being categorized as like it's too wild of a conspiracy, so it gets this bad stigma. But really, it's a gateway into all kinds of conversations. The conversation should just be about things that are fake and just identifying what's actually not real. Like the evil cabal is real, and then they give us a bunch of shit that's not real. And like in order to be like on this, I don't know. I don't like to pretend there's like a bunch of boxes to check to have like this. Like every Glober has this worldview, and they check all the boxes. You got to get pricked. Men can be women. Earth is a globe. No such thing as they. There is no they. No God. It's like in 2025, like there is a new category of like the perfect liberal. Like to be a perfect liberal, it's like to be blue hair. Like you could check all those boxes. Like
Yeah,
everybody knows.
there's sort of levels. So if you haven't managed to work out one of them, you can't be very far or doing very well in your truth search. But I also think if you go too far and you're like black pilled, that's too far, and you've gone past the truth in the other direction.
Yeah, that's possible. Like thinking that every pigeon is a robot in New York City. I
Right.
think that there's like, there are dangerous conspiracies. Like if you start believing stuff, you become delusional and then you believe lies. And that's just as dangerous as believing their lies.
I'm a
But I think
targeted
they're the ones that make
individual.
those lies. I think they make fake conspiracies. And I think they're meant to be like detractors or distractions. They try to, they really make smear campaigns against conspiracies, which I don't know. Like, rumors die if they hold no water. But they put in a lot of work trying to smear certain conspiracies. It just makes it look suspicious. Like, for instance, the prick and all the censoring and the WHO. Like, that's not suspicious to anybody. Come on, man. It's 2025. We're watching like First Amendment like getting taken away. Like our right to free speech is pretty much going away right now. And that's not weird to anybody, I guess. If you ask me, there's an evil cabal, and they're the workers of inequity. They got a whole regime, they got a whole agenda, and they've been working for over thousands of years. They worship Moloch, they worship Baal, they worship Baphomet, they worship the divine hermaphrodite, they worship Isis, they worship
Yes.
Hermes, and all these weird pantheon of deities that they, all the architecture, like they will make shrines and
Yeah.
all kinds of designs venerating these gods and
I just
goddesses.
think the conclusion of that isn't we're done for, folks. This is hell. That's not the conclusion. The conclusion is some very smart people have managed to control many things.
I don't know if they're people because they in their documents in their black and white, like how everything works, they don't even consider black people people. Like black people were not considered human beings.
I
They had
know.
like subhuman classifications of human beings. So I don't know if they're actually.
They have got a history of racism. You're right, in all its forms.
Yeah, it's wild, dude. I don't know if they're human. They lack the compassion. Like I see what's going on. I'm like, how could a human being be responsible for this?
Some of them say they're the humans and we're less than a human, but some of them say we're all humans and they're gods more than a human. They think they're more.
What I really think is going on is they're just willing to take the pain of being super gnarly. Like they really do practice the nastiest stuff.
As a group, they do gnarly stuff, yeah, but it's hard to find the gnarly individuals because they're so hidden amongst all of us.
I got a whole theory, Don. I got you right now. So I think there was some kind of event where people decided to live underground, and I don't know, like maybe if you had some kind of bipedal species surviving cannibalistic and
Oh yeah,
blood being your source of life is
you'd
giving
become a
you who
vampire.
knows how long you can live. Like the idea of a golem. Remember Gollum from Lord of the Rings?
You'd evolve into a real vampire underground.
And literally, if their skin touches the sun, they are gonna burn up immediately. Like
Yeah,
all the characteristics of a vampire. It's literally telling you the story of the species that went underground,
yes.
and that's what happened. And who really knows that?
I do believe in blood drinking white people that live a long time and sit on invisible money and have magical powers. I believe in that, but I don't know
They got a
about
lot of blood,
I
man.
don't know about them being a different species and that. They might be just similar to us, but evolved a tradition and a hobby and a routine.
I think about the amount of blood banks in these hospitals and just like what like all the trafficking of like what they call byproduct or waste product coming from all these like medical facilities. Dude, it's the thought of this is just so nauseating. Like the amount of just gore and just waste, like what they call waste, and they're actually like harvesting. Like that's what they're doing. I mean, we're pretty valuable, dude. We're
I don't know how
self-creating.
widespread it is. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there's loads of them, but I do think it's interesting to talk about some of the our species might have evolved down a different line. They don't have compassion in the same way. They have passion for things, but not compassion for people.
I mean, and what do they even say? What do they say is the reason that black people have more pigmentation than white people? The literal reason is they say is because they were like near the equator for a longer time. So it's literally exposure to the sun. That's why.
Yeah. I guess the racist ones would say they haven't evolved as far as us.
And then we have this whole ice age, and like, you know, how did humans survive an ice age? You know, maybe they went underground, maybe they found some vegetation in a nice cave, and maybe they figured shit out in secret. Maybe they found some kind of awesome, like the Fountain of Youth could just be just
child's blood,
just perpetual supply of life. You just have like everything you need to just survive.
I think blood might be an addiction as well. Like you could be brought up in the ritual of drinking the blood, and then your body could crave that.
Oh shit. Yeah, there's truth to that. There's like a whole bunch of science backing up stem cell research. They think that the most regenerative cells is when you're like still not born.
If it's worked into your diet, your body will expect that iron and the adrenaline that you get from it.
Yeah, and then there's the whole thing about like cats play with their food. Like they literally will like scare the mouse to death before it eats it because they think it makes it taste better.
So a vampire witch might not be like a demon, but just an animal in human form. Or all animals are demons. All predators.
Yeah, that animalistic, you know, whatever you want to call it, instinct.
We don't expect them to care, do we? We expect them to want to kill the mouse.
Let me see if I can find this video for you, and then I'm just going to post a picture from it. I'm going to screenshot.
So why do we expect a human to care if we know a cat wants to kill a mouse?
Say that again?
Why do we expect the elites to care about us if we know a cat loves to torture a mouse? It's normal.
A human being, okay, exactly, dude. So this is the thing. I'm about to find this picture. The whole reptilian complex. Humans, we have like, you know, they say that we have a survival instinct that comes from like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what they say. It's like we have like part genes as like a reptile, so we have like a certain reaction time. Like we react to certain speed. Like we actually have like something that is reptile brained inside of us.
Fight and flight and stuff is related to our ancestry, which includes reptilians.
Right, so these people believe that everybody has the reptile versions of themselves, kind of like how you can release a pig into the wild and it'll become a hog.
Right.
So if you fucking release a human into a cave, it'll become this fucking reptile version of itself.
Right.
It'll
That's what
mutate to
Alexander,
adapt to this blood-sucking version of humans.
you know, that lovely girl that David Icke spoke to, the lovely woman, whatever. Oh, I forgot her name. I should
I don't
know
know. I don't
off
know.
my heart. Anyway, she said she saw that in Balmoral in the castles. She saw them switch into the reptilian version.
That's crazy. They can literally switch into their reptile version. I think they just
I'm just saying that's not just
you
you
have to
that said that.
manifest it at first. Like
Other people have said that too.
they probably got it so much down to a science. That's why they venerate all these pagan deities. They're just trying to make themselves more and more wicked. You really have to delve into the occult and the dark practices to awaken this like inner bloodletter. You literally have to recreate the environment of like you need a void, you need darkness, and you need sacrifice. You need blood. That's literally what it is.
Think of
Everybody
Christianity.
pretends this doesn't exist. These
Think of
guys are in denial.
Christianity. That they've described. Oh, Jesus is the best man ever. Now watch us torture him. Yeah, hang him up, nails through the hands, bleeding, crown of thorns. It's the worst torture possible. Humiliation ritual, blood for the new Aeon. And the Christians are fighting the good fight, but they're worshipping a symbol of death.
The story of Jesus is too wild, dude. They say he came back to life. I mean, it's like it's the story of the phoenix, who's rising from the ashes.
There you go. All the gods, they go down into hell and come up again. Even the sun dips in the spring and then comes round again. That fits with your story of going underground and coming back again.
The black sun.
So it wouldn't just be the hero myth of going into the dungeon, defeating the dragon, and coming up, but a whole race of humans went down, had a dark night of the soul, and then came up again. Other people say it's not us, it's not them, sorry, not us. I'm a human. I mean, I was human. I mean, I am a human. The other idea is that they're reptilians, but their human form is the fake one. So they've managed to shapeshift into a human to trick us. And then when they go underground, they can just shift back to normal.
It's literally they give us everything. They tell us exactly all these things in every movie, dude. In the movie Hellboy, it's like the whole movie is about these people. I'm telling you, dude, the Hellboy is about the reptiles. It's about the people that drink blood. The second one, there's a whole like underworld society of trolls and vampires.
I don't know how you got through the second one. It was horrible.
No, that's one of my favorite movies.
What?
Hellboy 2 is the best one, but Hellboy the third one that came out in 2019. Dude, there's a scene in that is just it's so gnarly, bro. Like I don't know who came up with this fucking shit.
Wait, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of because the first one was really good. But the last one I saw sucked ass.
Don't make me talk about Hellboy, dude. I think this movie is like it's elucidating to an actual truth. Something happened during World War II. All their mind control program, all the trauma they were inducing on people. You know, all their experiments to figure out how to make the perfect, like, compliant soldier, like the effortless killer. You know, the most disassociated soldier. Like in an effort to do that, they did some really fucked up shit. And I think that while they were, you know, blood sacrificing and torturing, I think they stumbled across a spirit. I think that one of the experiments they did was a little too far. And they brought something to this earth that was never here before. Like they literally summoned an entity that is, it's not, I'm not saying it's a person, it's not like living, walking, breathing, but something they did like literally disrupted like the normal flow of things. It was a little too much. And now we're all subject to, like, ever since the 50s, dude, this whole system has been just getting pumped and pumped and pumped, like this American system and the industrialization of us being just consumers. I don't know. Someone just started harvesting us. We're just cattle now. We're straight up cattle. We had more freedoms. Yeah, there wasn't such like large corporation. Everything was still like private business owned, not just one gigantic conglomerate of corporations. Or maybe it's been going on forever. I don't know. Maybe they're showing their hand. Maybe they can't hide it anymore. Hey, who knows how far they go in their psycho experiments, dude. They keep monkeys in cages and then they terrorize the monkey. They want to know how much adrenaline and how much fear and how much like, you know, how much stimulus this animal's going to go through when you terrorize it, which is just causing fear. You're pretty much just showing it like imagery, like horrible imagery, you know, probably dehydrating it. Dude, these people are so fucking wicked, man. They're not. We don't know how to play their game. They're not playing chess. They're cheating. They already flipped the table. There is no like working within this. I'm gonna become the president. I'm gonna save the world. I'm gonna change the
Yeah,
world.
because we have to work out how to get off the board and join the community that designs chess. One by one, turn them to the light. To allow the stupid and profane to have a fair game of chess.
Right. It's never been fair. These people have always been using violence and firepower and deception to take control. It's never been fair. They've never played chess with us. It's not about. They don't give a fuck about chess, dude. They're
And I think
bent. They got all their weird, wicked ways to get what they want.
it's natural for some games to become unfair, but sometimes an adjudicator needs to step in to rebalance the game, and sometimes you have to infiltrate the game designers, be able to redesign the game.
That's what the Matrix is about, dude. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to what the people really want. They're so scared of humans becoming aware of their own power in the situation. That's why the deception is so handy. They love the imagery. They love the ability to like create idols, make people be distracted, think other things are going on that are more important. Yeah, they work hard, man. They got all the mainstream media up and running. They got all these systems. We We're up against a humongous machine, and it's getting bigger every day. Like it's not about fighting fire with fire. Well, actually, I think that is what it's about. Like we need our own machine, but I don't know. It's not about fighting fire with fire because, like, you know, with fire. How do you go up against that machine? What do you need? You need literally the power of what created us, like humanity as a whole. You know, all of our intelligence utilized against this thing. You know, we got to see like the real power of humanity. We don't see it at all right now. We got all these borders. Everybody's fucking dying and diseased and distracted, and going to work, not making to their full potential. Everybody has dreams, and it's everything is just like working towards the dream with all these obstacles, all these like I got to do other shit. I got to provide for other things. But everybody got their dreams. It's like, dude, imagine everybody could just literally do what they wanted, and how crazy that world would be. But no, we got these psycho reptiles that want us to be fucking death slaves. And you got these bootlicking ass fucking globalist fucking Pop Tarts that think there's nothing wrong with fucking sucking their dick. Like, dude, like for the sake of humanity, like, just take it for the team and just be hardcore against everything. Like, it's time to boycott, even if there's benefits. Like, let's say, for instance, like you want to boycott Pepsi. It's true that Pepsi might be like, you know, creating jobs, but they're creating poison. And, you know, everybody just needs to say fuck Pepsi at the same time. And Pepsi will actually get the fuck out of there. And then you can see the strength in your numbers. But there's too many bootlickers. Nobody thinks that they should organize. Everybody's organizing against the people that want this shit to stop. Globers come together and they're like, you know, stop questioning shit. Be a Glober with me. Suck dick. Lick the boot. Watch Israel destroy the world. Let's do that. Like, no, dude. I'm like down for, like, I'm sticking with QAnon. Even though I think QAnon is wrong about the pigeons and the whatever the fuck else they say. I'm not even sure what they say. Like, I'm rolling with those guys because it's about fuck the system right now. You gotta take that little L. Maybe your team got some shit wrong, but you really gotta find your side. Like, it's time to fucking pick your side in the spiritual war. Stop pretending like humanity isn't under attack. All this bloodletting, all these blood banks, all these Planned Parenthoods, all these abortions, all these suggestions that you shouldn't have kids, all these like fucking statues and idols of literally Baphomet popping up. Like, this is insane. The world is going insane, and everybody's pretending it's not. Go get a prick, put metal in your body, put random metals. Act like your temple isn't pure, like God didn't create you the way you were intended to be. That you got to put all these foreign metals that you couldn't acquire. You couldn't forage for anything in that prick. You couldn't go and forage and actually get any of the things that are in the prick on your own. So what makes you think God intended for that to be inside of you? Unless there is no reason for you to exist and everything is random. There is no intention behind you existing and having intelligence. There's no reason for it. But I think that, you know, at the point of creation, like the antecedent of you being intelligent existed at the point of creation. So you existing was intended at the point of creation. But yeah, the globalists will tell you that there's no God, that it's just vast empty space and matter can create itself, and silly satanic Saturnalian bullshit. Dude, I will talk forever right now. Like, you literally have to interrupt me or I'll just keep going. Sorry.
Don't worry, I'm really hot. Googling stuff.
Yeah, dude, when they started all their sun worship, at some point when they were like really getting into their mystery schools and idolizing and, you know, becoming less and less. I mean, like, you got to think about truthers 1,000 years ago, man. They see the world, they see like Christian Reformation, and they see, I don't know, you have like all these weird occults, people worshiping Mithra and Zarathustra, and and you could just be an observer and just be like, okay, let me like and then you start learning about the secret occult. You just start, imagine engaging with actual secrets of the occult 1,000 years ago, like what that felt like. Like you would feel like that you're like on some shit. Like you're like a fucking wizard. Like you came across the Garden of Eden. Like you are literally at the Fountain of Youth. Like you found a book that's telling you how everything works. So then you become illuminated, and then you like, it's. I feel like that's the process. That's how you get led into idolatry. Is you start becoming greedy for the knowledge that gives you power. These people become, they become masters. And they become, they practice the art of deception. They're warmongers. They think they're intelligent. These people think they're intelligent just because all you're doing is you're a copycat. You're not coming up with anything different. You're not on discovery. I'm trying to make a crazy ass point because like the workers of inequity, they think that they're like illuminated and that like they have the knowledge of the gods and they should rule the world because they have knowledge and they attained the knowledge because they were chosen. That's what God intended. And when you start doing that, now you're developing, you're creating your own archetype, like you're above others. Create a superiority complex. Now you're creating yourself like you're a demigod. Your connection to the cause of things, your connection to knowledge is greater than the average human being, because that's what God wanted. So now your version of God is different than everyone else's. So now you're a pagan. Now you got these polytheistic views. You got multiple gods in your worldview, and you don't even know it. It just leads to idolatry. Knowledge can lead to idolatry. Like everything has to be a discipline, and it has to help society. I'm telling you right now, I will keep talking forever. Nobody chimes in. Yeah, so we watched the industry explode, man. They had some secret knowledge. They had a lot of technology that other people didn't have access to. They acquire patents for things, and then they lock up the blueprint. They say, "Oh shit, that's how that works. Let's make sure nobody knows how to do that." That's insane. They do that for. There's so many patents that are like nobody knows how to make the thing. So yeah, they're just restricting our access to knowledge because they don't want humans to acquire the power. They don't want the average person. They don't want the general public to have power. That scares them because they know that we don't want them in power. We're going to throw them out. The moment we got power, they're out of here. But then you'll have a bunch of globalists like yesterday, like, "Oh, you're just crazy. You don't know what you're talking about." Dude, in my mind, like, you are seriously part of the problem. Like, you're going to let these guys do this stuff. You're going to pretend it's not happening. Somebody's telling you, like, "Yo, come on, like, we should all, like, work together and try to, like, get these people out of here. Like, let's become the unformidable army." What's the word I'm trying to say? Not unformidable. Whatever. Someone knows my point. You listening, Omnivore?
I'm listening.
Yeah, you gonna tell me this is wacky sauce? You know what it is, dude? I don't care to be diplomatic. I don't care to be studious. I don't care to pretend like I'm in a university. Like, I'm not gonna sound like your college professor, man. This is just me, bro. I don't care to sound like anything.
Okay.
So you want my approach to be different? You want me to say everything super slow like I'm teaching you? I don't know. What should I do?
I'm not convinced by what you say, so maybe you could find a way to be, to present the evidence.
Yeah, the pharmaceutical. We can't talk about medical stuff.
Okay, so is that the only evidence?
That's the first place. That's the first place my mind went when you asked me that question.
Okay, well,
The industry, they own the publishing of their books, their supposed, all their mumbo jumbo. They got, what do they call it? The DSM-5.
so apparently Nathan Oakley
All the literature of medicine, all the literature of those practices it's buried in fraud.
Okay,
Thanks for letting me finish my point.
and okay, do we have any evidence for anything else?
Well, I hope you're willing to accept that as true, because I think it's very evident and a lot of people are aware of that. It's all about accountability. Okay, like it's you can't hold these people within these industries accountable for their crimes right now, because all the legalities behind it, they've walled themselves from the public. You can't know who they are. You can't stop them from all their terms and conditions and making you pay for insurance and making you pay for all this crazy shit. You can't stop them right now. They're off the rails, and it's corrupt. And they're making billions of dollars off of people dying and being sick. It's disgusting. They I could go on and on. Now we look at issues in this country like the amount of car accidents because of drunk driving. We think it's just like human fault. Like that's just our nature. No, I think that's also we've been manipulated into that's what they give us. That's what we're legally allowed to sell and have on the market. That's the only product they let you own is alcohol, the thing that makes you die quicker than anything. Makes you stupid. It makes you dumb. Everybody drinks and thinks nothing of it. They literally put poison on the market. No big deal. And then people get sick, and then they get all these health issues, and then they go to the doctor, and the doctor has to tell them that they got cancer because they've been putting fucking alcohol in their liver for 20 years. And they think, this is just human fault. This is human nature. Nobody manipulated me into, this health risk. No, everybody's getting manipulated into their health. If you think that like getting sick is truly like just a natural phenomenon, like that, I don't know. That's something you got to get over for me, because God designed you the way you were meant to be designed. All these foreign substances you put in your body. Yes, we're all different, but technically, all the medicines that they give us.
How do you feel about glasses?
Love glasses. You don't got to put anything foreign in your body that's going to harm you to wear them. But they do make your eyes over time. You're going to end up, needing them. Your eyes adjust to requiring glasses, and that might be a problem for some. And maybe there's a way to deal with your vision issue. Maybe there's some kind of, who knows? I don't know. I heard that they made a blind guy see recently. I heard this in the news. They made a blind guy see.
How?
Laser surgery, apparently.
Well, that's putting something inside your body, isn't it?
Yeah, right. But you got to question, like, what causes, man, this topic gets so deep. Well, why is the guy blind in the first place? Like, it is being blind at the end of the day. Like, is it random? Random natural phenomena just occurs because genetics is just truly random, or is there something behind someone being born blind?
So, if the only evidence for this is medical stuff, I think we may have a we may have a problem.
I feel like I'm not stepping on any toes right now. I feel like I'm doing good, but we can get off the subject.
Yeah, you're okay. I just know at some point it's going to go into,
And that right there is also evidence of my claim. The censoring. We're losing the First Amendment right now because that industry, they're entering that field where they can, you know, they hold authority over the law.
So it's not being censored. Nothing is being censored by law.
They think they're above the law. Man, we can't talk about it. I know we can't talk about it. I'm sorry.
No, okay. What about technology?
We don't have access to all the technology that we could at all. The technology we have, we don't even actually need. People don't need to be having all these fucking silly connections to social media and devices and got all these billion-dollar businesses that are just based off of these like online markets, you know, and you know, would it help us to get back to the real world? Like, you know, go outside and go get what you need again, and like stop having everything brought to you. Like, is that inconvenient for our bodies?
So,
It's like, are we becoming?
who do you think is behind this? Is it the Jews?
These are businesses. They own companies. Like, I don't know, these laboratories, these pharmaceutical manufacturing places, and these people, they just, I don't know where they're getting their product from. Like, where do you find that? How do you make this stuff? Like, they got like tanks and huge barrels of shit that will just kill you if you put it in your mouth. I mean, you'll just start dying immediately. Like, why do you need all this crap? But you put just like a nano amount of it, and you just put hundreds of a nano amount of all these different things, and you just compress it, you stamp it, and that's what you're giving people. Like, what is this? The Rockefeller Foundation is out of control, dude, because they just care about money. They're just trying to make people slightly ill, and so they feel like they need to go ask a doctor what's wrong with that. And then the doctor can prescribe you something, and you know, the pharmaceutical companies, they approach the doctors, and they ask the doctors like, yo, like, prescribe them my shit.
So I don't think that the Rockefeller Foundation says expertise and partnership in the big bet seek to improve access to electricity, food, economic opportunity, and more. So what are they doing non-medically that's out of control? Is it just the medical stuff?
Sorry. Oh, we could talk about how they took over America.
Okay, who? The Rockefeller Foundation?
People that came here and killed the indigenous people and stole the land and stole the infrastructure. Stole
Okay, so like the Spaniards and the Italians, and then the British.
I don't know if it was just them. You know, there was some Dutch. There was some other things going on.
A bunch of Europeans. But I mean, that's not a conspiracy? Yes, obviously the taking over of America, including the annihilation of the Indians later by, the American government when there was one, are definitely I mean, I'm not down with that. It was a grotesque slaughter in a lot of ways. So, I mean, but it's not a conspiracy. It's something that definitely, as far as we know, happened. Right? I mean, the theory isn't that something unknown happened. We know what happened.
I think it's deeper than what they put in their story.
How so?
They're not going to tell you anything.
Tell me.
Well, in every city across the country, there's a Freemasonic lodge, and it's considered a church. And Freemasonry is really a religion, and
Right.
it's
Okay.
it's all about Babylonian government. It's all about venerating this pagan pantheon of like these deities that they think they're just venerating the gods of Egypt. They think they know the core. They think they know all the iterations. They think they know the root of the iteration. They think they know where it comes from, which is the idea is that it's Moloch, the ultimate human sacrificer, the person that can just go underground, do what they want, just be a free spirited, do as thou will, eat everything. I'm gonna eat all the flesh. That kind of human, you could become like the lizard brain. Lizard brain, survival instinct, fully tapped in, pig to hog mode human. That's
Okay, but
Moloch.
let's say that I don't agree with your analysis of it. How do we determine what's true?
Hey man, people fight what I say. I mean, you could really look into what I talk about. Like, I do have reasons for what I say. I don't just pull stuff out my ass. Like,
I'm not saying you are.
thank you. So then,
I mean,
you can
I
research,
knew what you were on
research
about.
how many different names Moloch has had throughout these religions, and who really was idolized, and how many different figures there were before any idea of a Bible or Christianity. There's like so many different gods that these societies had, and the stories are very similar. Stories of floods, stories of resurrection. The idea of anything being supernatural is pretty much just defying what you think is possible. So you think humans die, well, anything that is godlike is not going to die. So any story of a god, well, it must mean that the god is immortal. So there's just gonna be stories of gods no matter what, right? So like everybody had gods, and it just didn't even fucking matter. Didn't matter what god you had. Everybody was just doing whatever the fuck they wanted, drinking blood, killing animals, eating. Everybody thought they were just like, letting their altar be assumed, like, becoming a portal, becoming a gateway for different spirits. Like you enter a gateway when you do something so wicked. You're calling upon demons, things that only certain entities would do. That's what a demon is. So when you participate in all this blood sacrifice, like literally what I think is happening in the healthcare industry, I think it's so much blood sacrifice, so much organ transplanting, so much waste, supposed transporting and trafficking of human waste, and tissue farming, and all the manufacturing of these technologies for slowly killing you. Everything is just, they're just the worst things ever, dude. They're ready to pull it back.
But so
How is he? Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I guess the question is, you're aware that this sounds paranoid. I think.
I am not afraid of sounding paranoid.
I obviously not.
Yes,
but
I'm willing to speak. I'm willing to speak from what I believe is actually true. Like, I don't care what people think of what I believe. That's why I'm willing to say a lot of things that act like it's so crazy. Oh, you sound crazy. Is it really about sounding crazy? Because I think the truth is crazier than anything you can come up with right now. That's what I honestly think.
Sure.
Like you act like reality is not a supernatural event in itself. Well, not you, Omnivore. I'm sure you understand what I get at when I say, like, you know, there really could be nothing, and that existence itself is evidence of something supernatural, and like creation itself is evidence of something like wanting you to exist.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
like, you know, and then the whole world is like literally bent on this like atheistic idea that like we have all these like, you know, all your indoctrinations are just given to you at birth. You're automatically given the entire worldview. You have no choice. Like you
well,
have to be that.
I don't. So I think that there is evidence for things that, you know, that we should generally, if there's good evidence for something, then we should generally hold it as true. And if there is not good evidence, then we should be, you know, more skeptical of it.
Right.
It could still be
I got
true. And in the middle there is confirmation bias. So we all have confirmation bias, and it's quite powerful. Which means that, you know, we have to try to be cognizant of our bias and take steps to overcome it, or at least somewhat mitigate the effects of it.
I've got a question. So
Yeah,
if the medical field or medical profession, you said that they're trying to kill us, and I don't know, that's something that what you said. If that is true, if that's true, how is it that the average age that people live to has gotten larger over the years? If they're trying to kill us,
yeah. It's a good point.
Yeah, no. I said that very quickly, and I knew once I said it that that question could be asked. Because the truth is, the health industry wants to keep you sick, and you could eventually die, and they know that. You know, the truth is, they know you can die, so
I mean, why not keep us
they do it
alive
anyway.
longer?
I don't know. Do they want you to not die so you could just keep taking their medicine? That's definitely the case.
And that's definitely a good point. Like they could, why kill us off so quickly?
Really go away though.
Why kill us off so quickly? My bad. I keep cutting you off.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't mean to do that. I've been talking a lot.
No, I'm just saying, like, why kill us off so quickly when they can keep us alive and keep sucking money out of us?
That's the point. I think it's a business profit. I think the medicine is making them money, and they're growing their industry because they want to own the world. Because they're in alliance with the agriculture industry. They're literally in each other's pockets right now. The agriculture industry and the pharmaceutical industry, they all work together. And the understanding of all the science and the academics and the fucking colleges, they're all in bed with each other, creating this illusion that you are fucking in need of their medicine, because otherwise your body is just gonna fucking fall apart and die due to nature. But in nature, humans do just fine. Like everybody thinks that like you need all this fucking crazy shit that they do.
But I think inevitably we kind of do need that because, like, not everybody is a doctor, not everybody is a surgeon. Some people are born with heart defects, with birth defects that need correcting. Like take for instance my son. My son was born with a heart condition. We didn't know that until the doctors actually found it when they did the ultrasound. And now every few years he needs to get heart surgery because of this defect in his heart. I mean, so we wouldn't have known that if it weren't for the doctors, and he probably would have died at a young age.
And that's what doctors are really for, right there, what you just said. And there's a lot of things that go on that other things got to stop. That doesn't need to stop at all. You need a field. You need to fund the field,
Right.
and it needs to be helping people. Exactly, dude.
I think
there's a lot of things that go on that I don't think are helping people.
Yeah, I think the misdiagnosis of certain things is kind of what ruins it. Like saying people have certain ailments and then just throwing medication at it and having you spend all this money for fucking medication that you probably don't need, that's a problem. And then charging an arm and a leg for the medication that you have to refill every few weeks.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no such thing as doctors. I do think that like doctors have access to knowledge that a lot of people should just know. Like there's certain ways to take care of yourself that not everybody just truly has access to. Like at the end of the day, you know, going to medical school and paying for all that stuff, like all that knowledge, they consider it valuable, so it's behind a paywall. Literally, you can't know things unless you go pay for it. So like they don't want you to know because that forbidden knowledge is valuable and it gives you power. Doctors have power. Doctors can do what they want, dude. I know doctors that do fucked up shit. I fucking encountered a fucked up child molester doctor once. The fucking guy tried to molest me. I'm not even kidding. But people get away with fucked up shit all the time. And you know, they sell stuff, dude. You know, that's a whole marketplace. Medical field, they're selling all kinds of crazy stuff, dude. You never know. It just makes me sick. You hear how it sounds? You get nauseous because now you're realizing they're doing this, dude. They're literally doing something that makes you nauseous. If the field was strictly, you know, about actual healthcare, then oh yeah. These businesses, they got it all wrong right now. They're in some other business.
We're not going to get Papa Flurf in here to explain his questions about relativity.
Who is Papa Flurf?
Some, I don't know. I mean, that's his screen name, Rich, I think.
With a name like Flurf, it's got to
Oh,
be
he-
good.
He's a big time Papa Flurf.
Even on the Flurf scale, he's pretty flurfy.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, you know, he thinks he's a deep thinker, and I'm not seeing it. But
I don't think I ever heard anybody say flirty before.
yeah, he's pretty flirty.
Damn, y'all got a whole new word.
He's
Damn.
flirting it up.
I mean, all you need to know is when he says something like GPS deblunks glob. I mean, there you have it.
He's right
GPS.
though. It does. Yeah, everything debunks globe because Earth isn't a globe, man. Gotta be something else. It's like what all the evidence points to. Earth is not a globe. Quite obvious.
And there we have it. We're done.
Well, apparently we'll get Nathan Oakley in here on Friday. That should be interesting and possibly short.
Can I ask him about him spamming the N bomb the other day? Is that going to be allowed?
I think no, not out of the starting gate. No, you know,
Ah, come on.
yeah. I mean, apparently that's why he's here, right? Because you know, he apparently he did it, you know, he's not going back to 24/7 because they kicked him out of there. But I'd prefer not to provoke more spamming of the N-word on the channel.
I like when Nathan Oakley pulls up and he sticks around for an hour and he's got like 10 people coming through his mic. I think that shit is hilarious, man. It's like I always crack up when he does this thing.
I think it's right. I think it's a good time.
But what about his the video where he said he would come on your channel if you pay him?
That's
Did he waive it? Did he waive his speaker fee?
That's Nathan Thompson, I believe.
I don't think so.
Nathan Oakley. He has a speaker fee? Damn.
No.
Costs money? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. He pulls up the politics for free. Why would he pay anybody in there?
Well, I'm definitely not paying him.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. My guess would be that he is, you know, he wants to broaden his reach. So he's you know, he's striking out in other directions. But I don't really know. The person who contacted me was one of his mods. So
SE went back to Geo's.
yeah, he's been in both places. He was back here last night. So you know, he can do both. He can go both places. That's fine.
Yeah, I was just wondering to myself how long it would last when he left.
How long? What would last? Oh, his
SE leaving Geo's group.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean,
I don't know. Call me obsessed.
okay.
I find it just when people break up friends, but the friends was only based on agreeing in Discord. Following people's dynamics over the months is something I like to keep track of. Maybe that is because I'm obsessed.
Sure. So say we all.
You know, it was really like trudging through like the thickest mud trying to talk to people last night. And honestly, Omnivore, it was so easy talking to you about that subject just now, man. What the heck? Those other guys were fucking full of shit. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the hell, man? I feel like the difference between how the conversation went, like they hardcore rejected it and ad hommed and fucking talked through me the whole time. And like, what the fuck? You understood everything I said. It took you like no time.
Yeah, I mean, I wow.
I think
I'm
Omni
not-
would say,
What's that?
you'd say something like, there is Moloch worshippers out there, but it's not a big deal. When you because we were talking about the cabal the other night.
Yeah, George Bush is
So
related.
Omni
to
understands, but he doesn't necessarily agree with our whole.
George Bush is related to Vlad the Impaler. Vlad the Impaler is, that's where the story of Dracula comes
Yeah,
from.
but that whole related thing, I mean, we're all fucking related to each other in some way, and like we're all like some kind of extension of a cousin of each other.
You're not about to tell me I'm related to Frankenstein or the Mummy or
You're
werewolf or
related
anything.
to Kanye.
I'm not related to nothing.
You're part reptilian.
Hey, there you go. I just posted the Oakley video where he says, "Pay me, and I'll come on your channel."
Oh, well. Well, I mean, maybe he'll show up here and demand payment, but
Yeah, if he didn't get any takers, of course he needs to continue his exposure somehow because he's losing viewership and
yeah, I mean,
got to make the rounds.
yeah, he's it's fine for him to come over here
No,
and
I was just I was just noting he was insisting on fees, and it was yes or no if he's just scheduled to come on here at his own peril.
well, facts don't care about his fees apparently. So I don't know. We'll see. It should be an interesting time.
I will be muted.
He reminds me of like, people talk about the DMT elves. Well, there's one DMT researcher. Nathan looks a bit like him, like a little elf.
Well, he looks like one of the Three Stooges since he shaved his head.
If he had a male child and the male child grew up with the same mania he did, eventually they'll become a little grey alien through the evolutionary line.
His head is like a perfect egg.
Yeah.
Put it in salt water, see if it floats.
Right. Soft-boiled.
Who are you
Boiled
talking
egg-
about? Who got an
boiled-
egghead?
Boiled egghead.
Who got an egghead?
Nathan Oakley.
Shit. Yo, omnivore. What do you say to the idea that it could have been that at some point, if there was an ice age, that humans went underground? They found some kind of cool little place to chill underground in a cave somewhere, and it became very cannibalistic. Discovered the ability to increase their lifespan with blood, and that's where the mythology of vampires really comes from. It's just what could happen to a human being. You know how a pig can become a hog in the wild? Well, what happens when a human goes into a cave and only eats humans for hundreds of years?
Okay, I mean, I don't know. So there are people who think that by injecting themselves with younger people's blood, they can extend their lifespan. That's like a thing that some of the tech billionaires are doing.
Yeah, that's what
But I don't know. I don't know about drinking it. Drinking it will put it into the digestive tract, which isn't the same as injecting it. Um,
well, okay, so this is about to get gnarly. Gosh, that's so gnarly. We don't have to talk about this.
okay, well we can
Talk about refraction.
I have to step away for a minute, so I'm gonna go on mute. I've got to do some stuff, but I'll be back.
Yeah, that's the shittiest thing about these topics, man, is nobody wants to talk about it because fucking gnarly. And nobody, I don't know, people don't believe this shit is true. It's like, fuck.
I've actually got a song on my EP I'm making now called Vampires.
Nice. You know what's crazy, dude, that I think about often? I have a friend who passed away. He was really smart. He read a lot of books. He read the Quran a bunch of times. He read the Bible a bunch of times. He was like really into reading. And before he died, he was telling me about vampires. Like he was like super duper into it. He said that a vampire was visiting him in his dreams every night, telling him that it wanted his soul and he loved it and he was having sex with it and he didn't know what to do. And he felt like he was flirting with a demon and that
Yeah.
he was going to die soon.
There's the succubus. It's like an energy vampire, and that can be in a female form, and it gets you in the night.
Yeah, and I'll never forget this dude. Like when he first told me this, I kind of like laughed at him and I was like, yeah, like what the fuck? Like I was like, whatever. But then he got really offended and he was like, fucking made it very clear that he was literally like being visited by a vampire. And he like made it very clear to me that like that's what was happening and that I was offended and that he was offended that I was making fun of him. And I was like, oh shit, all right. And then he broke it down. And he was like, yeah, he's like making love to this fucking demon. That's what he said.
You get the next step is, I think I'm a werewolf.
Would you say that again?
The next step after that is thinking you're a werewolf.
Yeah. You know, that's crazy.
There's a Satanist, Nicholas Schreck. He was brought in after LaVey wrote the Bible. A fascist. But anyway, he's famous for having a music project called Radio Werewolf, where he pushes his eugenics and fascist satanic agendas through metal music and experimental weird shit.
Fucking experimental music, dude. I was obsessed with experimental music growing up. You know, all these wild ass bands, dude. I know the weirdest music I've heard. I know a band
Some
that
now.
I know bands that use like flesh as instruments. There's like bands that fucking like hook up their fucking. There's this band called Idiot Flesh.
Well, I think an aesthetic to music goes a long way. There's something to base the music around. So, like Ozzy Osbourne, lovely chap, doesn't kill children, but the aesthetic of Satanism is his art form.
Wow. Yeah, dude, exactly. They think that they're artists. It's all performance art.
Yeah.
exactly. The more natural you can make the violation, the more natural you can make the violation seem, the more artistic it is.
Yes, you get Madonna. You get the sex symbol, Babylon, horror Babylon style, with the upside down cross on a leotard. And it's like ding, ding, ding. All the boxes ticked.
Yeah, all the art in mainstream right now is super wicked. Everything is satanic. The biggest artists in the world got the weirdest shit going on.
Music is edgy and for trance and celebration and psycho drama. So the edginess is good. You know, Christian music can be boring. Not the same with paintings. That like
Worship
provocative
music is
art
amazing.
is sometimes
Being in
shit.
church and they're playing music, I love that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it gets you if it's good. But I'm saying for the mass audience, it's not edgy enough.
They were reaffirming the globe before they ever had evidence that it was a globe. Their globe religion existed before they understood the night sky. It's not about globe. It's about prison. It's about a prison. It's about like farming. I've been talking about this a lot between yesterday and today, and I'm not giving it a break for some reason. But I think if we can acknowledge our strength in numbers and we all actually hold the idea that we all agree with each other, that should need to stop. We're going to go get rid of the bad people. We're going to bring justice back to the land. People are going to have their rights and they're going to have their property and they're not going to be subject to this crazy shit going on. They're going to have access to good health care, not be paying crazy amounts of money to fucking people that don't deserve it, that are keeping you sick. Probably the reason you got sick in the first place. And once we stop all that, and then we're good. And then we're just like flying colors. And we're going to progress, enter the future with new great things going on. We're going to have access to better technology, better healthcare, better education, better food. Whenever that happens, dude, whenever people realize that they got this shit fucked up and it's all about the dollar, it's not about the people. Most people start agreeing about that, and then it's like, okay, now we know who to go fucking get out of here. I gotta stop talking about this shit eventually. Yo, omnivore, refraction moves your horizon. So, how do you ever establish a control when you're trying to take an angle measurement using the horizon?
It moves it closer or back, but it, rarely. I mean, I guess it can move it up and down too. Mm,
Yeah, the vertical displacement is what's giving you the error.
well, no, I mean, So, well, first off, I can do it without the horizon just by using a sextant. I mean, not by just by using anything but a nautical sextant.
The distance to horizon is determined by the vertical angle to it relative to a level, right?
No, I don't think so.
What is it? How do you determine the distance to the horizon?
Typically, by what you can see. So, like, if there's a island 8 miles away, and I can see the shore of that island, then the distance is 8 miles. We don't usually have to know the distance to the horizon for most things. Like, that's not as far as I know, that's not an important part of a measurement.
Right, you guys actually didn't measure the distance to the horizon. You just have a model that tells you where it should be if you were on a globe. But every time that we observe where the horizon is, it doesn't match the globe prediction. So that's why I'm asking you, how do you determine the
No,
distance to the horizon?
wait. So first off, that's not the globe prediction.
It doesn't match the globe prediction.
That's not the globe prediction.
But it doesn't match the globe prediction. That's the point.
It does match the globe prediction.
No, the distance to the horizon, the prediction, you have a height, and then you have distance to the horizon because you
Oh,
think
so
you're
you're
on a
saying the
globe.
globe prediction assumes no atmosphere?
Well, I guess what he's trying to say is it must match the flat Earth prediction. How's that work out?
No, I'm saying refraction doesn't let you have a control. You can never control for where the horizon should actually be without it, because it's always going to be refracted. Also,
Just so we're clear, the
Also-
globe prediction includes the fact that refraction will change where we view the horizon. So the globe prediction doesn't say we should only ever see the horizon at 3 miles away if I'm 6 feet tall. That's actually not the globe prediction. That's a straw man of the globe prediction. And secondly, we don't I mean, I don't know what the use case is for determining how far away the horizon is with any kind of exact measurement. Using a nautical sextant doesn't you know, it doesn't require the distance to the horizon. It's just because you're on a boat that's pitching around, you can't use a plumb bob or a bubble. So using the horizon as a reference point, and setting up your angle relative to that. But presumably, if I go out in a dinghy on the water on a beach, use a nautical sextant, and I use a theodolite from the shoreline that doesn't require any kind of any horizon. Like, I don't even have to see the horizon to use a theodolite. I should get roughly the same angle to the star, elevation or zenith angle to the star from both. The theodolite will be much more accurate than the nautical sextant, but they should be. I mean, they should be the same, save for that inaccuracy. It's not like using the horizon innately gives you a different angle than not using it. And I suppose I could stand next to the theodolite on the shore and use the nautical sextant and the boat's then not pitching around, because I'm on dry land, but I could still use nautical sextant and get an even more accurate. It wouldn't be more accurate than the theodolite, but it would be more accurate probably than using the sextant on the boat.
Well, you guys call the horizon Earth curve, but it moves around, and it's like,
Well,
why is your Earth curve moving around?
so have you ever seen, because of refraction, have you ever seen a truck go over it, come to you from over a hill?
Yeah, but the refraction is only causing the vertical displacement of the angle to it. That's it. It's not supposed to like reveal more curve.
It does reveal more curve, absolutely.
No, it's not supposed to. Because that's not even what you see.
How do you come by that? So here, I'll show you. I'm putting a picture in chat.
You don't see curve. All you see is something being obstructed
So look in chat.
by the supposed water line.
Yeah, check out chat.
Check out chat. I hate when people say that. All right, I'll do it though.
Well, picture's worth 1,000 words.
I've seen this before.
Okay. Do you see how it has the two different horizons with and without refraction?
Yeah, this is totally ball presumption. This is just ball presumption, man.
So, just so we're clear, I'm posting this because you're saying that's not what the globe model should say is happening. And it absolutely 100% is what the globe model says is happening. Now, we could argue that that's not what's happening. You could say, well, that's not what's going on. But when you say that it should not be moving the horizon, then you have to explain why your assessment differs from the globe model prediction.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no ball. Just models.
Just what?
Just models.
Just level. Well, like I said, at some point you have to explain, what's wrong about the picture here. Because that's what the prediction said. That's what the globe model says is happening. And, I think it certainly could be, what is happening. I think all the evidence that we have suggests that this is what's happening. So, what reason do I have to think it's not happening?
Because if you set up a camera and you just point it on a shoreline, every day it's going to appear at a different vertical angle. The horizon is just going to move up and down all throughout the day.
Okay. And why would I think that's not due to refraction?
No, it is, but it's not telling you where Earth curve is.
Well, why would I think that it's not due to a refracted image of Earth curve? So when I put a pencil in the water, in the glass of water, and I see, looking at it from the side, it looks like it doesn't, line up.
No, but if I see something that doesn't match the globe prediction, how do I know? Like, you don't have a control. That's all it is. You just don't know what it would look like without.
So just so we're clear, that's not the globe prediction.
There is a globe prediction. That's the one I'm talking about. There is a globe prediction that doesn't include refraction that you'll never be able to see because nothing ever matches the globe prediction. Everything is always refracted. That's the point.
Alas, that's not actually the globe prediction. That is a
So you never improved your control. You just don't even know if that's really what it would look like if there was none.
That's okay. So that's not true. When you see
All right,
something,
so prove it in a vacuum. Get like a 3-mile long vacuum and show me the floor. bending.
okay, I mean, goofy standard of evidence is goofy standard of evidence.
That's not goofy. That's legitimate.
It's 100% goofy. Yeah.
No, because you say that the air is acting as a variable. It's always going to bend the apparent vertical angle to the fucking horizon, no matter what. So go get a control. Go get a vacuum. Go get a flat floor and see if the flat floor bends.
Don't need one.
You don't need it because you already have a model. You already think everything works. You're not going to investigate your own presumption.
You have, so this is the flat Earth way. Invoke a Taylor variable, claim a goofy standard of evidence, and then and then say, well, you don't know. You're just making shit up, same as I am. Yeah,
it's not goofy. You're calling finding out the actual distance to the horizon because refraction is always going to change the apparent vertical angle to it. You're not going to know how far it is. Apparently, refraction can just make the horizon appear further. Like it'll put it behind a boat rather than in front of it, even though it's not. So how are you going to control this thing that's not letting you know the distance to the horizon?
So you can have, false horizons in pictures. That happens to flat earthers a lot, where they see the ship's floating in midair, and it's really that the further ocean, is very close to the same color as the sky. And so they draw conclusions about what they're looking at that aren't, that aren't supported from the picture.
But you're not looking at Earth curve. You think the horizon is Earth curve, but where it appears doesn't match the Earth prediction, the globe prediction.
So I'll say it again, just so that people who are listening know that's not the globe prediction. You may want to call it something else. You might want to say it doesn't match the geometric horizon. That would be actually accurate, and would make you more intellectually honest.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you don't have to, but if you wanted to, be intellectually honest in that way, you would change your languaging slightly. It won't quite make the same, rhetorical point that you're trying to make, but theoretically you're trying to make factual points, not rhetorical points. So, you might consider that.
Yeah, man.
But when you see the pencil in the water,
I don't want to.
I'm gonna finish this time. When you see the pencil in the water, you're still seeing the pencil. Yeah. So you're seeing a refracted image of the pencil that makes it look like the pencil, doesn't add up as a straight line that the pencil presumably is. But it doesn't invent a pencil. So what you've got is a refracted image of a real thing. And that's what we see with the horizon. A refracted image of a real thing.
Yeah, there's something that I want to say about the pencil in the water, but I have to confirm what I'm thinking first.
The point is just that it's a real thing.
No, no, there's something else about it. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking until I know I'm right.
Okay.
But yeah, you say that air is bending light. So the further you look, the more things are bent. Oh my God, that means that you're not looking at what you claim it should look like if the light wasn't bending. So therefore, as this changes, all right, as the light's not bent, I don't know if it's becoming more bent or less bent. I don't know what you think is happening now. But throughout the day, the air, typically doesn't change pressure that much. But the horizon will be displaced quite a lot.
I'm not sure what the point of that was. You think that refraction wouldn't account for seeing the horizon in various places?
I'm saying you got a model, okay, but you didn't actually get a control to find out where the horizon should be.
Right. Yeah. Taylor argument. Sure. Find
Why
another.
is it? Why does Taylor usurp everything to you? Why is that?
Well, because she said it first and loudest and repeated it even when it's been patiently. Yeah. Okay.
I don't, dude, no. I'll go fuck what you're talking about. Because people have been around saying this longer than Taylor. Dude, what are you talking about? Everybody's known about refraction. This is why you Globers started saying that the globe prediction includes refraction, because the flat earthers were telling you that you don't match the globe prediction. Then you guys all came out and started talking about refraction for
Well,
which you never did before.
if you actually had, I don't know if that's true, but if you actually had a globe prediction that you could point to, that was literally the globe prediction, you should be, you could try to do that. I can send you to Andrew Thomas Young's world's leading expert in refraction, his pages, and you'll discover, to your horror, that the prediction of where we should see in the horizon.
Am I what?
Your horror. You'll be terrified. You'll hold your hand against your forehead and say, "Scott,
I'm scared of refraction.
I am too faint. I am too faint. Fetch the salts. Fetch the salts." You'll say.
I'm afraid of light bending. Yeah.
Yes. No. What will happen is you will discover that the prediction that you felt so certain was the globe prediction is actually not. It's just the straw man you're making up.
What are you saying? The globe prediction is that it looks flat? Because that's what it looks like. It doesn't match the globe prediction at all. Refraction makes it look flat. That's the globe prediction? I know. Thank you. That's my whole point. Because you guys didn't prove that that's where the actual horizon should appear. You're apparently the horizon is where Earth curve starts to drop. And you no longer see Earth. Earth is no longer fucking rising due to perspective. Now it's going to drop due to Earth curve. They didn't verify where that actually is. You say it's on a globe. You say that it's happening because you have a radius of 3959 miles, and that's not what you observe. So I'm just wondering, where did you get that from? I know where you got it from. You got it from a model.
No. So
Yes.
It comes from the ability to take accurate measurements.
To your moving horizon that you don't have a control for.
What?
Yeah, on a globe, when you see the horizon, when you see the sky meet the ground, the distance to it should match the globe prediction. You say it's never going to match the globe prediction because air bends light, and I'm never going to see where the actual Earth curve is according to the globe.
No, it shouldn't. It should not be where the geographical or geometric horizon is. That is, in fact, not the globe prediction. As I said, I
Right.
can refer you
Globe
to
prediction includes refraction. I know.
world's leading expert in refraction, and you can discover to your horror that in fact what you are constantly calling the globe prediction is in fact not the globe prediction. And you may want to have smelling salts nearby for someone to revive you.
And I don't know, but I'm just curious why Omni keeps talking about your whore.
Because horror, terror
Oh.
to your
pretty good.
sanity shattering.
That's pretty good.
But if you have a whore, she might dig Andrew Thomas Young as well. Who's to say?
No, the globe already experienced the trauma. That's why they're fucking freaking out talking about refraction all the time lately, because they know that nothing proves the globe. They look at the horizon, no globe, doesn't match globe. Look at this, doesn't match globe, nothing matches globe ever. Oh, refraction will fix it. Refraction makes it match the globe. Yeah, it's just saying that air displaces where it should be, and that it's displaced as much as it needs to be if we were on a globe.
You should show how people applying that refraction replace use quote as much as it needs to be. I suggest
It's
you do
displaced
it.
as much as it would need to be if we were on a globe. Exactly.
I suggest doing this with the measurements for Mount Everest, the height of Mount Everest, taken by George Everest's team in 1850s. You should look into that, because apparently they couldn't get to the mountains, so they didn't know how much refraction they had to add or subtract or whatever it is you believe they're doing.
And more people getting lost in the wilderness because they're presuming the globe.
Well, they nailed it. Far from being lost in the wilderness, without getting within 100 miles of the mountain, they nailed its height within like 20 feet out of 29,000 feet.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the globe, the refraction has a clear rule. There's a clear rule how to account for refraction, where refraction happens and where it doesn't happen. And on a flat Earth, if you want to explain sunset and sunrise and darkness in general, you have to invoke magical, depending on where you are, upwards, downwards, leftwards, rightwards refraction to explain the position of the sun. You can never have darkness on a flat Earth without magical,
Oh my gosh!
weird 100 degrees refraction.
Oh yeah, it's all about talking about something else that you think helps bring evidence of the globe.
No, I said the refraction is clearly following specific rules.
Yeah, but astronomical refraction is even worse. Your guys' sun is displaced even more degrees than what you say for terrestrial refraction when you're observing the
astronomical
horizon.
refraction is just going through more atmosphere. There's nothing special about it.
yeah, more atmosphere as it literally becomes a vacuum.
No, more atmosphere as it gets through the whole atmosphere.
Oh, so there's more atmosphere.
Diagonal,
there's more atmosphere
versus it's
at higher
only going
altitudes
through
than
the
there is at
bottom
lower
layer
altitudes.
of atmosphere just a few hundred miles.
Well, that's the
Right,
thing with
they-
astronomic
exactly. You say
refraction.
exactly. The volume of air is what's causing the displacement of where you think something is. It's changing the apparent
Always.
position.
The thing is with this all, there's an apparent position. Everything that you see is not you see the thing, you just see light that is refracted to your retina. So because light is refracted to your retina, your brain can reconstruct an image of stuff where it may be. And if light is not only refracted by your lens in your eye, but also by the medium in between, your brain constructed it somewhere else, somewhere where it's not really be or something like this. So it's all just a projected image.
Yeah, you completely like it's never about addressing it. It's always about let's go to something else that proves the globe that I think is like helping the globe.
About which point do you want to talk? Where I or the others were deflecting? I thought I were
I'm gonna
addressing
be
your
completely
point.
honest. This whole time I should be doing something else. I'm not supposed to be doing this right now. Like I think I have to go. I'm sorry, dude. No offense.
Okay,
I mean,
that's fine.
The
I know you want to
ultimate
globe it up.
deflect
You
to
guys are gonna
something
globe it
else.
up no matter if I'm here or not. Globe it up, man. Angles to the sun, man. That's the word. Word in the streets is you got angles to the sun.
Well, one questions to the others. Have you heard anything from Taylor about her observational experiments measurement thing?
She's on vacation. She went to a creation museum.
But she said she had her survey gear in the trunk.
Yeah, she wants to do it while she's on a vacation there. That's why I was thinking like maybe she has shown up here because she's at Geos at the moment. So, but there's another, I don't know, currency whatever discussion going on. So
And I have my doubts about her. If she's, a university biology student and she's completely happy with AIGs, dinosaurs and humans, coexisted, I think I did that puts a big suspect stamp on it.
I don't know what field of biology she's actually studying. If it's just like biology in general, or
I think it's
She usually says
microbiology. Yeah, I think it's
cell.
microbiology. She's always talking about small stuff.
She
yeah,
says cell biology when she talks about it.
yeah, right. It was not microbiology because microbiology is specifically about genes and DNA and stuff like that. But cell biology was something, yeah. It's a little bit more macro than microbiology.
I just wonder why, what's his face, denies 3 or 4, 500 years of science.
I feel like this is just his stick in the mud flavor of the week. Because he's waffled a lot over, not waffled, but like he's actively switched sides to keep himself amused from what I've seen.
Oh, you mean Jesse or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse
When
is
I
just
first,
trolling. He
yeah,
likes
yeah,
to dispute. So he's a glober. He just likes to fight against people.
he's an ex-flat earther, actually. When I first met him, he told me the reasons why he didn't believe that the Earth was flat anymore. And when I first met him, he and Jesse Path of Light were hanging out on the PNR server, trolling the 24/7 guys. Trolling them by setting up their own join to create room called 24/7 Flat Earth, so that when the Crit and those guys came into the PNR server, they thought that that was their channel and joined it, and of course then didn't have muting powers and stuff. So
Never really been at. I mean, I was at that server, but there was so retarded discussions that was like seems like some people explaining newbies really like kindergarten flat earth stuff.
yeah, that's the point of isn't that the point? I mean, you find the newbies and the entertainment value is when you find people who think they know that the Earth is a globe, but they don't know why, or they think they have reasons, but then when they are asked to present those reasons, they can't, and that's the entertainment.
Yeah. So like you try to, how do you say, like pedestrians, people that walk by, like catch and get them into a discussion about flat Earth.
Yeah, man on the street interviews. That's always good.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Well, because I don't know. It's like, yeah, it just is. And they say, see, you
Makes
don't know your
sense.
model.
Yeah, plus there's this, I think it's, I can't remember if it's an effect or a bias, where we all think we know how shit works, but then when someone says, go ahead and describe it, we realize that we were overconfident in our belief that we did know how the thing worked.
That's why I just stick with what I know. You get some of these flirts going off on general relativity. I'm going, get out of here. That has let's just talk about the shape of the Earth. And yeah, it's like even Witsit was like, it's like he's going off on dark energy, dark matter, all this cosmology. I say, hey, can we just stick with like the fact that there's a South Pole?
No,
That's
he
never
cannot.
been proven. So he's going
That's the
he's
problem.
going from the completely South Pole is completely unknown to him, but he'll talk about dark energy as if he knows something.
Yeah, he must directly reflect, and that's a kind of a runaway to the most ridiculous thing that they don't understand, and then say that's why it's all ridiculous. And space and time are bending. No, not space and time are bending. Space time is bending. So you don't understand it. So
and space time really as a subject has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And then you get Mr. Witsit there on when he was on Alex Jones talking about, well, the moon really looks like we don't know what it is, and then you get the magnetic, looks like a ferrofluid, and just like saying the stupidest fucking shit of all time, and that was only a year ago.
yeah, have you seen the discussion with Jaron? Witsit
Yes, I
versus
did,
Jaron?
and oh yeah,
It was
I've
so
seen.
painful.
Oh,
I mean,
it is.
Jaron had some good points and some good kind of responses, but overall he lets Witsit talk and talk and talk over minutes and minutes with and repeating his shit again without interrupting. And
Well, yeah, but in that debate format, you can't just shut somebody off in the middle. But
yeah, I mean,
definitely
not with the moderator.
Yeah, well, definitely when there's a shotgun of 6 things, like whoa, one at a time. So yeah, and Whitson was just telling with certainty how celestial navigation works, and he was wrong on every fucking point.
Yeah, there was
every
also
point.
That was a. Have you seen the video where I think it was it also Sean or no? I think there was this. I think it was a video with Dave Weiss, Witsit, and someone else, and they were talking about Antarctica, and maybe it was also Sean, interviewing them, and no, it wasn't Sean, it was someone else. However, Witsit tried to explain, like, okay, why you can't see the camp because it's a different mountain, and all these things, like, for example, why there are repeating clouds and so on in the 360 videos, and every single explanation of that of Witsit why these things appear were wrong. It wasn't a different mountain. There was just a hump of ice between. The repeating clouds are just like lens flares, and so on. Yeah, he was lying all the time, making shit up just to excuse himself and try to come up with an explanation of something that he doesn't know why it appeared that way. Same with I didn't vape. Same with all that other stuff, the shadows and so on. He couldn't explain a single thing. That was really like a. I mean, it was bad because he didn't explain a single thing, but it was nice to see how his brain works. What I found kind of frustrating on the Witzig Jaren thing that in the end Jaren asked him specifically, how can it be that if everyone looks west, the sun for the northern hemisphere people go right to left, and from the southern hemisphere the sun goes left to right? How can it be that all the people look in the same direction and the sun moves into different directions? And then Sean jumps in and said, yeah, okay, let's do a Q&A.
I know.
What?
Yeah, they know. I'm convinced 90% of the flirps absolutely know they have nothing, or they're just cosplaying. I can't discern which is the 10% that really believe. Because look at what we just had with Jesse. He's been all over the place,
Yeah.
and he just says stuff. And so, and you can't tell me that Mark Sargent is completely aware of the shape of the Earth. I mean, he's been to Australia, and I am quite sure that between Mark Sargent and then that other guy, Weiss. And Weiss, he's just a bullshitter. He knows he's bullshitting.
He's just a scammer.
Yeah, I know. Well, scammer,
For Weiss,
bullshitter.
it's all
Scammer,
about the money.
yeah, scammer, bullshitter, whatever. They know, and for whatever their justification is, yeah, scammer, money making, or just camaraderie. Like Dan the Waterman, he's only a flat earther to be with people. He doesn't care. It just to be with people. He's looking for. He has no other source of community other than if they're crazy, he's gonna go. He's gonna go with crazy because he
That's
has more friends that are crazy than are not crazy. So he's gonna be with the popular, his bigger social group for him.
I think finding a community is a big reason that people come to these places, believe what they believe. I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, it could be a camera club. Yeah, it could be.
It was very interesting.
It could be a Myota car club. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but the thing is with the flat Earth bullshit is it's NASA bashing, it's authoritarian bashing. It's like we've been lied to about everything. Chemtrails, planes using fuel, all this stuff is just a lie. Earth is flat. They wanted to, the satellites are fake. NASA is just a scam. It's like we never landed on the moon. All this other shit that doesn't happen. Oh, Hubble, yeah, that's fake. Oh, JWST, yeah, that's fake. Show me a picture of the Earth. Well, here's one. Oh, that's from one of your supposed satellites, CGI. Show me something. Show me a real photograph. Well, yeah, it's about as real as the selfie you took with your goddamn phone.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. Like after the final experiments, there were a lot of kind of fights happening between flat earthers as well. That, in my opinion, has completely come to the still stand. So there's no flat earther is debating another flat earther now about the physics of flat Earth. It's just like, it's all magic, and
yeah, like
God made it. So that's the only explanation anymore. They started again doing politics and stuff. So now they're discussing about Israel and Iran and USA and whatever, like SE.
Yeah, like when Whitsitt got back and he was on Earth Awakening, people were giving him a lot of shit for even having agreed to go.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Whitsitt was just kind of, describing, the events, and they were giving him a ton of shit. Then Whitsitt disappeared for a while. Now he's back, bringing up every 8-year-old flat Earth trope in the book. He is tripling down because he wants back into the flat Earth group.
I mean that was actually the best thing that he could do. Like leave and come back when no one is caring him anymore about TFE. I mean, there are you have these people like Q Up or so that still don't understand how compression works, how these cameras works. They don't understand nothing. So that's okay.
The funny thing is Whitsitt said, we can't discount 95% of evidence just to go with a
Yeah,
couple of 2-3%. But that's exactly what he does. That's
always.
exactly what they do, right? As was pointed out, the Black Swan oil rigs, right? You have 200 photos and 3 of them are Black Swan. Those are the ones they're going with because they're discounting the 95%, right? We have 200 years of geodetic surveys, all discounted. Why? Because it's all lies. It's all made up. It's all presupposed. You add shit later. And it's like, no, fuck me. They're not speaking from experience. They're just repeating stupid shit and I don't know why.
Yeah, because that Blitzit has the kind of the gift of just claiming stuff and seem or kind of acting confident about it, so that no one is asking if it's really true. He's claiming that acceleration due to gravity is not constant. So and he's not, and that don't mean like it's increasing as closer you get to Earth. No. He says it's just fluctuating. So it's a little bit more and then a little bit less at the same point on time, which is bullshit. And he's just claiming that. I said I could go deeper in that, but I don't know, and just goes on, and no one is asking about it, and no one is pressing on him. And he's
like Jared,
electrostatics and spitting out some formulas so that the other flat earthers seem impressed, like, oh, he knows so much. He doesn't know shit.
Absolutely, using math words and not really math looks impressive. Yes, he's very fluid. And when Jaron had a very specific, direct question, I believe it was like you said, where the sun in the northern hemisphere arcs around to the north, to the right, and in the southern hemisphere it arcs around to the south, to the left during sunset, right? And he asked him that question very directly and specifically. What did Witzit's first response? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I want to do a meta.
Yeah, could you repeat?
Yeah, or that one. Yeah. I didn't listen.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Could you repeat that? And he repeats it, and then just like, well, and then moved on to a completely different subject. And that's where he should have been called upon. He goes, no, stay on topic, answer that question. And he went off on something else. But yeah, Witzit, anybody with any common sense could see the fabrication in Witzit's responses, and Jaron's were very surgical.
Yeah.
Is that thing on YouTube, that debate or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Well, McToon has done a review, a 2-part review.
So it's a little bit, for my taste, it's a little bit excessive, his review and his comments, but I think it has also to do with the quotation rights. So, for example, if you discuss about the content something someone has published or so, you are allowed to quote it, depending on the country. If you would just mirror it, it wouldn't be legal, but.
Yeah,
So
fair use. Yeah, fair use has to.
Yeah,
fair use has to involve either commentary or some dissection, or even comedic. But yeah, you can't just borrow it. So McToon, McToon. He in a 2-part, you'll see the whole thing. It'll take longer because there's all kinds of commentary.
Yeah, I think the original is behind with its paywall.
Okay, thanks.
I was impressed. Ruiv did a partial takedown, and Ruiv said he popped the $65.
Oh, $65?
Well, that was for the cheap seats. The premium the premium paywall was $97.
You can bet that people make their money back, especially if they're like a YouTube commentator. Like 65 is nothing. It's gonna make like 10 times more.
Okay, right. So a few people, like journalists, you go ahead, right? I'm just curious how many $97 tickets were sold.
You can bet your ass that MC Toon is gonna make his money back for sure. Right.
I can bet your ass MC Toon didn't pay $65.
Well, whatever.
I think Maybe I think he would. Very.
Yeah, because he obviously knows he's gonna make more by making this content. Like it's just
Well, yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, it's small change because a YouTube content generator spent all kinds of money, on all kinds of things. Yeah, and $65. $65. That's not even dinner for two.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he also bought Flat Earth Dave's app, and I think that paid off very well.
Yeah, he got a lot of content out of that one.
Yeah. And some running jokes.
Yeah, someone's going to have to buy Flat Earth Dave's flashcards so we can make fun of them.
So, what do you think? What was the reason in the first place that so many flat earthers came here to the server? Were they, I don't know, interested in the debate? Had they also enough with Geos, or what was it?
I mean, yeah, they're all at Geos. The people that used to come here are now all at Geos for some reason. I can see them. Like Tyler's there.
Yeah.
Taking Back Eden is there. Torah is there.
I think the flirts come here
maybe
get
2 weeks or so. They are going back. Yeah.
Pure Rigor is
they
there.
come here. They come here to get ammunition, and then they go to Geos to say how they won.
Schlitz is there.
Yeah, but Geos was dead for like a couple weeks, or at least.
Yeah, because this server existed. Yeah.
And definitely 2 months or so. Yeah, at least.
Yeah. Okay.
But they move around. They move around. It's some servers get hot for for on and off.
We'll always have DMOC.
I think DMOC is the black sheep in the crowd.
And why the hell is Oakley coming here Friday? That's desperate.
Really?
What?
Oakley's going to be
Oakley's
here
coming?
Friday.
Oh my god, it's gonna be a shit show.
Yes, it will. It will not disappoint in that respect.
He's coming here this Friday. What time?
I don't know. Omni mentioned it. He
It
said
should
he'll
be
here
something
Friday.
European time because he's in Europe, so probably I'll be awake.
Yeah, just remember I got loads of work to do that day.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley and panel.
No.
Friday 15, so 3 p.m. Central European summertime.
How did I miss that announcement? That's crazy.
So basically 3 hours ago on Friday.
Oh yeah, does Waters say anything about the shape of the earth and a Nathan Octane panel Friday at 3? Oh fuck, that's like 8 for me? And that's not so bad. It's tolerable.
Where are you right now?
Italy.
No, that's 3 Italy.
Oh really? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the event is in local time. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, event is in local time, so it's 3 p.m.
Okay, so
European
I
summer
guess
time.
you and Hammer Eyes would also be, I assume both of you are in Germany?
In the UK.
Oh, in the UK. Okay.
No,
Well,
that Hammerized is also in Germany. Yeah, maybe.
Europe represent. I was sing the Italian national anthem before the match begins, as it's custom.
It depends. Like if it's an event and he has mute power, I don't give a shit.
Nah. Omni, is that true? Oh no, he's definitely. No way, no way Nathan Oakley gets new power. It's gonna just it's not gonna be anything then. He's just gonna mute anybody he disagrees with. Like I agree we should like mute the people who antagonize him and not stick on topic, but him sparking out for the at the first like side of conflict is just
Zartak, was it you discussing with him about celestial navigation, or?
no, I never spoke to Oakley.
Okay.
When if you do talk to Oakley, just laugh at him. That gets him worse than anything.
Yeah. I'm really curious what Taylor will present, or if she wants to present something with her laser observations.
Oh, has Taylor got something new?
I mean, she planned to go to some salt flats and do some experiments there. And I asked her, okay, what is your hypothesis? No, there is no. She will
Sorry,
just
I'm
do
back.
measurement. Okay. And but yeah, she explained she has a theodolite and she has some tripods, some flashlights, a drone. Then I asked her, okay, how will you measure the distance? Yeah, with the drone and the GPS. Okay, so you're using globe technology with a drone to find your distance with the Hamilton formula and coordinates, or with a car. So okay, your car has what is the accuracy of a odometer in the US? 100 feet or 300 feet? I don't know. So in Europe or in the metric system, they don't show more accuracy as 0.1 kilometers, so 100 meters. So how do you measure the distance accurately? Do you have a wheel measurement or laser rangefinder? No. With a drone. Okay. Super accurate. But I said I'm curious of what she will present, or if she will present anything, or if she just says, okay, the measurements are inconclusive.
Yeah, her theodolite data that she initially got, she calls it inconclusive because it favored the globe, and because of that, you've got to measure every foot of the lapse rate throughout your corridor, and so therefore, since she didn't do that, it's illegitimate.
Yeah.
I think the celestial theodolite guy was there.
what you boys up to. Cornbread. There once was an asshole and a curver just alike. They like one-dimensional pictures, never looking from the side. There once was a 360 that wouldn't be itself. From itself it would hide. Nowhere could a globe be itself, not anywhere inside. No 360 too little, no 360 too tall. No matter the 360, it won't match your ball. All the stickers and continents, and all the islands and waterways too, can't be placed on your sticker ball. Isn't that weird? Like the teacher's like, hey, you guys, we're going to start with this map puzzle of a globe. It's really simple, kids. We got the longitude and latitude lines on that ball. Put your stickers on there. Oh, you can't put them in the right spot even though you've got it gridded out. So you've got a gridded ball in sections, mapped out in squares somehow that aren't squares, but and you don't know. A glober can't put his globe back together. His globe. I'm disappointed with the Lego stickers. I'm gonna sell those. I'm gonna sell a ball that's all blue. It's got stickers. Like Russia, America, China, like you those little magnet stickers. Make your globe. You just make your own, right? It doesn't have to be accurate. Nothing about a globe has to be accurate. All it just has to be assumed. No accuracy involved at all. You can get 27 miles away and be way the fuck off. And that counts for globe measurements. You can just get way down the way, look through a little keyhole, and say, yep, yep, way the fuck off. I'm off by like 10 miles of a measurement. Yeah, it's a globe. So first rule of measure a globe. Get far away as you can from anything to where you can't see it, and then measure it. Make sure the thing's out of your view, and then measure it. That's how globers do. Is that piece of land gone from you? Yeah. Oh, I'm measuring it. You are? It's not even in your sight anywhere. Where are you measuring it at? Your dad's like, hey, pull this string. I know exactly how long the string is. Go walk down that way. And the glober's like, no, Dad. You don't need to pull your string over there. Just guess. Globers only accept real far guesses. They won't accept any direct measurement. They only accept far guess measurements. They still don't know how to take a toy helicopter and roll it around a ball for you either. The impossible globe model. No one will ever figure out how a helicopter and an airplane and a hot air balloon will fly around the ball. Not our college graduates, not our PhD professors, not our flight simulators, not our flight people, none of our aeronautics, nobody at NASA. Ask Don Pettit how you fly around a ball with an ISS where it stays 90 degrees. And make sure to show us an orientation. Where's the top and bottom of the ISS and what's it look like? How do we know which part's going across which part? How do you even know the orientation of the ISS? How dumb can you be? You know the orientation of a plane and a hot air balloon. 90. Plum. Baby plum. Hot air balloons fly plum. They go up plum, over plum, and down plum. Hot air balloons don't take curb pass, buddy. Scary. Scary. So, you guys get enough money to put some floating styrofoam chunks on the water? The lake of your choice, 10 miles or 11 miles long, where there's 527 feet from the left to the right difference. So you'll be able to see cubes stair step for 527 feet that way. You'll see each cube get lower and lower than the next cube, not lining up with the next cube. That proves a globe. When the cubes don't line up, that's a globe. If the buildings and cubes line up, that's flat Earth. Just put some Legos on a ball. The walls don't touch, man. The bottoms can touch. The bottom of the edge, the buildings, the bottom corner ledge can touch, not the top corners. They can't touch. And you don't got to account for curve, you fucking idiots. It accounts for itself. Physical attribute of a curve don't need to be accounted for. It makes itself happen. So, like, if me and you put two objects, that's a V. The curve counts for it by making a V. You don't need to account for nothing. You don't know how to. Scopers don't know how to account for curve. They don't know what the fuck a curve is. They won't even show anybody what a curve is. It's all secrets, some secret shit if you ask me. Won't show nobody what an orbit is. No live footage ever the whole way. Bunch of losers without a budget's what I call them. So much money they can't even spend $50 on a fucking live feed. Get real. NASA, bunch of losers. Let these losers lie to you forever. NASA, dirtbag losers. Pussies who want to go die, but never do it. Pussy astronauts who always make it back. Thought you were supposed to die for science. What fucking pussy bitches who can't die for science? I'd say get the fuck out of the field if you ain't gonna sacrifice yourself for science. Science, Jesus. There's a hole in my backyard. Anybody want to science it? Jump down in there, see what it's about. It's for science. You might not come back. For science. How happy are you to How happy are you to go die? See you later, burnt chicken biscuit. That's what I would have said to Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Said, see you later, death boys. How do you like your funeral hearse? Your rocket hearse? Elon Musk's next rocket should be called the Casket Heavy.